about every day since September 2nd. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. PE says dead air. Okay. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Brabbit says, you again. Hello. Hello, Brabbit. Stomp says, I'm eating right now. Okay. Jacqueline says, yay, I made it here live. Perfect timing. I finished work late. Okay, great. Do the Gritty says, yo, what happened, man? I have no idea what happened last stream. Everything in your account was plummeting, so I restarted the stream. Stomp says, I've never seen you sitting back like this. Yeah, I haven't been laid back like this before on stream. PE says, Don seems indignant today. I forget what indignant means. Chick says, would you have a raccoon as a pet? No. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Tell or ask me anything at all in the chat. Stomp says, would you be a pet for a raccoon? No, I don't want to be a pet. Love and Hate says, I just want to tell you, I think you are really cute. Thank you. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Grady says, you love me, I know. I don't. She says, did you start this again? Yeah, I restarted the stream. Ashcat says, are you American? Maybe. Mark says, did Diddy didify the didification process already? I don't know what that means, Mark. Neon says, Irish tacos, bro, think about it. I don't, Irish tacos, okay. Defcon says, you good, bro? Yeah. PE says, what is the worst language and why is it French? You think French is a bad language? Okay. Mark says, it's past your bedtime? No, it's not. Charles says, are you gay? No. Oz says, what the fuck, this guy still. Sorry. Draken says, why do you do this? Fun. Dogley says, hello. Hello, doggy. Nobody's home says, for heading. What? Charles says, yes, you are. I'm gay? Okay. Ronaldo says, I hate this. Okay. Dom Benitez, number one hater, says you look miserable. I'm actually really comfortable. Ashcat says thoughts on Mom Donnie as New York City mayor. He seems like a cheerful guy. Court says, bro, you look good. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Cat Nor says, stop this cringe. No. Gotcha says, do you work for cartels? I don't. Braden says, who is the shark with the Nike shoes? Is the name of that shark Tralala Tralalero? Is it? I'm not sure. Papa says he's not stoned. This is his brain at maximum ability. Okay. Court says he's not cringe, he's a good guy. Okay. Young Drift says, what does 4:30 stand for? April 30th. Ryan says, yo, step bro. Hello, Ryan. Grady says, I think about you often on bathroom breaks. Weird. Killer says, is that your normal voice? Yeah. Randy says, Dawn rocks. Thank you. Mark says, do you like Battlefield 6? I haven't played it, but it looks interesting. Femboy Stormtrooper says, which religion is most detrimental to humanity? I don't know. Fritz says, that's what I'm fucking talking about, Miss Piggy. What? B says, why do you kiss boys? I don't. Chill says, you remember me? No. Papa says, Femboy Stormtrooper with S tier questions. You like his questions? Okay. Justin says, do you think Sai Dion is beautiful? What's that? Kat Noor says, Islam is obviously the best religion. Okay. Vincis says, would you rather give your grandma head till she finishes or have a fun time with your mom until you finish? I don't want to think about that. Purple says, remember me, remember me? No. Jacqueline says, what's the best advice you'd give to someone who had a bad day? To call one of your friends or family members and just talk, chit chat. Court says, you okay? Yeah. Chill says, I was the person last week that asked if you like Forsaken. I don't remember. PE says, Rastafarianism is best religion. I don't know what that is. Randy says, why not add grandpa as an option to that question? I don't know why they didn't. Court says, I just dookied. Okay. Amara says, were you at Walmart today? Maybe. Chuckla says, can you rap? No. Young says, I missed you so much. My fingers still stink from last night. I don't know who you are. Purple says, I was the person last week that said, do you have any advice? What should I do on my honeymoon? I don't remember you, sorry. Maybe make your name and profile picture more memorable. Nobody's home says Goondoff. Okay. Nick says this sucks. Okay. Fritz says your fucking fingers smell like fucking trash. Okay. Ronaldo says everyone shut up, he's a good guy. Thank you. Samuel says, is this your job? No. Steven says, what is even happening here? What is your goal? Just, there's no meaningful purpose to this stream. Amara says, were you sitting by the disabled scooter? No. Aaron says, this is ass. Okay. Papa says based. I'm not based, unfortunately. Tanisha says, dog, why are you ruining your mental health reading comments for entertainment? This is not ruining my mental health. It would if these guys were in person, but you guys are just text on a screen. Femboy says, what's your favorite monster truck? Mine's Gravedigger. Is Gravedigger that black and green one? I think that's my favorite too. Grady says, later procrastinator. Bye. Papa says, sorry, but this is actually very based. I'm not based. Justin says, do you know the Sydney Parker, the Twitch streamer? I don't. Randy says, mine is feces digger. What? Mafu says, you look baked. Okay. Ball Striker says, Jamaica just had a terrible hurricane last week. That's unfortunate. Dylan says, Dixon cider. Huh. Steele says, what do people do for money nowadays? Everything. Nick says, say you love me. No, I don't love you. Justin says, this is gay as fuck. Okay. Shell says, have a great day, man. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Dahmer says, who's for dinner? I'm not a cannibal. Gotcha says, do you love me? No. Dookie says, I'm pooping. Okay. Squirrel says, I love all of God's children. Okay. Femboy says, he's not going to answer personal questions about work or location. That's true. Clout says, Don Benitez is answering questions. Yes. Nick says, I love you. Okay. Justin says, do you like synthwave? No. I mean, sure. Aaron says, this is pure ass. Okay. Court says, I just got home, and can I have your phone? No. Enigma says, that forehead could fight crime. I have a big forehead? Okay. Killer Bean says, do you plan to keep on doing this exclusively? I only plan to live stream like this in the foreseeable future. Zapimba says, with each passing day, you're becoming more and more worn out. I don't think so. Turret says, what's your setup? Right now I'm using a laptop, and I'll say that. Travis says, this kid is funny. And yes, your forehead, 5 head, is large. My forehead is so big you're calling it a 5 head? Okay. Sick says, yo, hello, Sick. Ian says, I stole all my friends' phones and sold them to the black market. You're a go-getter. Finn says, do you play video games? Not really anymore, but a video game I played in the past is Warframe. Mafu says, you'd look good with a mullet. I don't like mullets. The Krusty says, Jesus loves you. I don't believe in that, but thank you. Aaron says, this sucks pure pungent fucking ass. Okay. Veronica says, these meditation videos on YouTube have gotten scary. I have seen that guy that's in the bathroom, and he has his shower going, and he's just spewing nonsense, and he has this like pyramid on his head. The winning sperm says, you need to get laid. Okay. Undisputed says, Habu is not handsome. Habu is not handsome. Okay. Turret says, what's your cologne? I think it's by Adidas. Mafu says, what was your Warframe main? Rhino Prime. This was like in 2015, by the way. Dahmer says, you're gonna crack up. Okay. Papa says, you got a thick set of hair, bro. Appreciate it while you got it. Thank you. Ryan says, Halo or Modern Warfare? Modern Warfare. Aaron says, I, Don Benitez, suck major ass. I was only reading a message there. Roblox says, your name Carlos? No. Malcolm says, we gonna start calling you Curious George. Why? Sebastian says, are your teeth real? Yeah. Purple Woman says, Don, say cheese like a good boy. There you go. Travel says Black Ops for the win. Yeah, I think Black Ops 2 is my favorite Call of Duty game. Huge Steak says FSRT for $3. What's that? Papa says, Femboy, shorts are brain rot. Okay. Phantom says, do you stream every day? Yeah. Fred says, tragic child actor. Okay. Zapimba says, your polo shirt is very beautiful, but you never wash it? I wash it often. MK says, did you ever find out what a Mon Chi Chi is? No. York says, I'm not a pheasant plucker. I'm a pheasant plucker's son. What? Eleanor says, do dreams hold content that is worthwhile to analyze for self-knowledge? I don't know if it's meaningful, but it might be entertaining to like think about it, to analyze it. Arthur says, are you my dad? No. Zapimba says, do you know Jotaro? No. Orange Clown says, I choose you as Harry Potter. Okay. Liz says, Vampire King, can you hop on a game with me? No, sorry. Theo says, look behind you, I saw a shadow. There's nothing there. Papa says, he is absolutely stoned too. His name is basically Don Benitez 420. High and gay. Okay. OJ says, do you consider yourself boring? Yeah, in a way. Omega says pig emoji. Okay. Emu says different perspective, Donnie Bear. Yeah, the camera angle's kind of different compared to last streams. Fritz says, anyone else thinking about fucking a squirrel right now? No. Sebastian says, how old are you? I'm an adult. Femboy says, do you dip your fries in ketchup? Or drizzle over top? I dip. Jack says, you like women? Yeah. Plays says, do you eat fruits or vegetables? Not enough. Dookie says, squirrel fucking is only good on meth. Okay. Fluffy says, where's the beard? I like the clean shaven look. Niall says, yee. Okay. Mud says, I'd top you, I'm straight. Weird. JK says, you just love dodging my question. I don't ignore people in particular. Cookie says, y'all are zoophiles. Yeah, from what people are saying, they are, unfortunately. But more likely, they're just messing around, thankfully. Caden says $10. Okay. York's Film says, do you like motorcycles? No. Sick says, thoughts on Blumkins? Sounds gross. Aaron says, you seem more and more dead inside each day I encounter you. I'm happy, actually. Phantom says, are you gay? No. Magic Cat says, do you sleep upside down? Nope, I'm not a bat. Australian says, what's your ethnicity? Hispanic, Latino. PE says, if the squirrel doesn't fit, you mustn't quit. Okay. Phantom says, a mono-chi is a Japanese line of plush monkey dolls. Okay. Mud says, have you ever thought about doing drag? No, that's not my style. Steven says, what inspired you to do this? There's a streamer that does a similar thing. His name's Matthew. Courtney says, what the fuck are you doing? Reading messages. 6 says, do you think it's gay only when you look them in the eyes? What? Kira says, are you my mother? No. Zapimba says, describe your room to me. Well, I'll tell you that I have a Corsair mechanical keyboard in front of me. PE says the co-host is under the table. That's why he has to sit up. Okay. Steven says, is there a question someone would be able to ask you to finish this? To end the live stream? Probably not. Christopher says, you ever had your salad tossed? No. Volley says, can you type something in the chat? If you wish. Femboy says, do you have any pets? Yes. Purple says, my dog is mixed with a Chihuahua. Okay. Guitar says, do you like fentanyl? No. Smoke says, what's the meaning of life? That's unknowable. Nobody knows. Audible says, hog reveal. No, I'm not gonna do that. Papa says, one day we will ask the ultimate question and it will end the stream. Keep trying, lads. Okay. Misty says, how is nobody? What? Tamir says, are you okay, buddy? Yeah. Adam says, yo, I got a question. What is it, Adam? Doctor says, is cheesecake a cake or pie? I think cake. Femboy says, I don't think that there is any inherent meaning of life. So make your own meaning. Yeah, that sounds right. Magic says, how many times do we need to say your name into the mirror to summon you? That's not gonna work ever. Cookie says, Don is Don, and that's why he's Don. Okay. Courtney says, are you paralyzed? No, I'm cozy. Chad says, hamburger. Okay. Baby says, I love lesbians. Okay. Purple says, I just got flashed by somebody's dick on a live stream. That's crazy. Wow, on YouTube, wow. Wilden says, go get a fucking job, you loser. Maybe I have one. Random says, why are you always wearing the same thing? I like the style a lot. Mud says, is it gay for two men to kiss, or is it just two bros bonding? It seems so, I think so, but maybe not by an off chance. Dark Lord says, have you played Undertale? No. Lydell says, do you have a job? Maybe. I'm gonna keep that private. I don't want to tell people, like, where I work. That'd be insane. Zapimba says, why are you so woke? No comment. Billy says, what's your favorite video game? Red Dead 1. Random says, when's the last time you ain't a Big Mac? Do you mean when I last had a Big Mac? Today. Jonathan says, it's Crackosaurus. What? Jonathan says it's Crackosaurus again. What are you saying? Homophobic says, ew, Big Mac. Okay. Lydell says, do you doom scroll Instagram videos? No. I used to. Six says, do you like Lizzie's? No. Baby says, dip me in honey and throw me to the lesbians? Okay. Volley says, do you drive through, eat in, or take away? Currently I've been taken away. Jaded says, I eat a Big Mac once, didn't like it. Okay. Jason says, LARP or Airsoft? What's LARP? Live action roleplay? Nick says, do you make enough money? Maybe. Phantom says, do you have any kind of surgery? I haven't had surgery. Some says, please give me a shout out. No. Venny says, I ain't never met one like you. I wish to ghostwrite your debut album. Thanks. Snate says, turn on Dono. I want to, but I'm waiting for YouTube to do that. Phantom says, later. Wave emoji. Bye, Phantom. Dark Lord says, how long do you stream for? My streams have been like an hour and a half long on average. Harry says, why do you eat Big Mac all the time? Because my taste buds like it. Pickle says, can I get a number 9 large with extra dip, 2 number 45s, and a large soda? Okay. Zapimba says, are you too lazy to read longer comments? Yeah, generally, yeah. York says, how much cash does an hour and a half on here generate? 0 so far. I'm not monetized. Venny says, my lunch break is almost over. Thanks, man. You're welcome, Venny. Angel says, I don't eat fake fast food garbage. Good for you, genuinely. I wish I didn't. Charles says, how fast is 30 miles? Do you mean 30 miles per hour? You just wrote 30 miles. Turret says, can you raise one eyebrow? I'm not gonna do that. Snake says, if a model existed, you'd be that. What? Zapimba says, how fast is the light? What's the speed of light? 200,000 miles per hour. I'm just guessing. Richard says, Titan Uranus. Titan Uranus. Okay. The Ass Clown says 186,000. I was close. Fresh says, gremlins are in my no-no square. Okay. Zed says, do you play Minecraft? Yeah. Crouching says, I watched Eyes Wide Shut. Interesting. Favorite movie? Okay. Femboy says, are you concerned about interstellar comet 3i Atlas? No. York says, my teeth are itching. That's bizarre. Elias says, you're very non-reactive. Okay. Piss says, you got belly button lint? No. No one says, do you like femboys? I mean, I don't have any femboy friends or watch any femboys on the internet, but I mean, I don't dislike them. Elias says, you'd be a good cop or soldier? Okay. Curtis says hi. Hello, Curtis. Papa says he likes femboys. I'm indifferent. Fresh says, bro's phone could turn into a cat and he'd be like, okay. No, I would freak out. Red says, you look like a 90s sitcom character. So many people have been saying that. I don't get it though. Dark says, why do people keep bringing up Big Macs? Because I eat them a lot. Nitro says, Jesus loves you. Okay. Kyle says, Nick Fuentes is our king. You're a groiper. Okay. Bendy says, Dawn, what's your favorite movie? You should know. Tommy says, that 70s show. Okay. Fateh says, he. Okay. Magic says, your voice would be perfect for horror narration. Have you ever heard of Chills or Mr. Nightmare? Yeah, I've heard of them, but they don't interest me. PE says, you should know, in quotations. What? Oh, yeah, I said that a moment ago. Yeah, Chatter asked my favorite movie, and I've seen him in like many live streams, so why is he asking that? Dark says, do you watch The Simpsons? No, but I want to. Joe says, good morning. Good morning, Joe. Veronica says, why are some of these meditations only 3 hours? What? Crit says, LF Hellgate Healer? LF Hellgate Healer? What? Elias says, a young Neil Diamond. Okay. Snate says, just showed you face to a room full of girls. Now they have a crush on you. You had your phone in your hand and you showed it to like a bunch of girls and they have crushes on me. Okay. Papa says Allah is based. Okay. Wilden says, are you autistic? I am not autistic. Magic says, are you hyped for GTA 6? A tiny bit. Not really. Josh says, bro says okay. He's a genius. Okay. Ricky Cornflake says, Donald, are you okay? You look tired. I'm not too tired. Yesterday, I shouldn't have streamed. I was way too tired yesterday. Last stream, 2 streams ago. Kira says, bro, how are you fucking so chill? I don't know. OJ says, did you know LOL equals KKK in Portuguese? Huh. Papa says he is gay confirmed. No, I'm not. Spider-Man says, he's not chill, just boring. Okay. Hade says, what is this genre and why am I intrigued? Parasocial. Lucky says, ho, CA. What? I'm coming for Chandler says, so you're still deeply closeted? Yeah. Harry says, Allah loves you. Okay. Jason says, WTF is parasocial. Look up the definition. Miss Jelly says, psychopaths have no emotions. Okay. Okay. Aaron says, just back to tell you, this is still fucking ass. Okay. Fried says, I'm almost finished. Okay. Harry says, do you like Mamdani? No comment. No one says, can you jump? I'm not gonna do that. Chandler says, why are you pretending other people are here? It's just you here. You're trying to trick me that I'm like going crazy, I'm schizo. That's not gonna work. Snake says, how is No Nut November? I don't care about that challenge. Real says, you have a face I could hit for days. Okay. Man's best friend says, why is everything gray? I like gray. Sai says, you look like you bite your lip in the shower. I don't. Elias says, gray is my favorite color. Okay. Negative Space says he likes gray because he's schizo. I don't think that relates. Snate says, don't listen to hate comments. They don't get to me. Steven says, do these streams make you money? Not yet. Looney says, I'm pooping. Okay. Dark says, are you Canadian? Maybe. Bag says, Mexican Elvis. Okay. Ski Mask says, dry or wet? What? OJ says, what is your favorite pastime? Video editing. Tom K says, are you Richard Ramirez's son? Thankfully not. Frustrated says, Skittles or M&M's? Skittles. Cookie says, how is your day? Good, thank you, Cookies. Maxim says, Mexican Elvis, laughing emoji. You found that comment funny? Okay. Child of God says, guess what? I guess you're gonna say, Jesus is King, Lord of Lords. Please believe in him. Dwayne says, you're adorable, a little weird, but I like it. Okay. Relatable Shorts says, what time is it for you? Nighttime. Harry says, are you circumcised? Is my penis circumcised? I'm not gonna say. Snake says, you're good looking? Okay. Femboy says, did you watch the Snyder cut of Justice League? No. Christian says, do you rinse after you go number 2? Rinse? Like, wash my hands? Yeah. I don't have a bidet if that's what you're asking. Rich says, the water's making the frogs gay. You're saying that Alex Jones quote? I mean, is that an Alex Jones quote? The water's making the frogs gay. Sick says, would you send me feet pics if you gave me money? I would not do that. The Ass Clown says, do you think you choose to wear gray subconsciously because that's like your personality? Maybe. But I mean, other colorful outfits interest me too. I just, I don't know. Gene says, middle finger, Jesus. Okay. Mud says, what's your fetish? I don't have one. Volley says, I can smell the coke through the screen, and I'm not talking about cola. Cocaine? Okay. Cookie says, would you be my friend for $3? I'll be your fake friend. No one says, can you mix your earwax and boogers together and make a snack? I'm not gonna do that. That sounds disgusting. Rosa says, laughing out loud. Okay. York's Film says, single finger to Muhammad. You're saying F you to Muhammad? Okay. Magic says, I saw you in the woods last week. That wasn't me. Southeast says, you have a face only a mother can love. Okay. J-Tap says, do you enjoy doing this? Yeah. Molly says, now ask us something. No, I just like reading comments. Fry says, you look like your upper lip smells like ass. Okay. OJ says, are you related to Diego Luna? No. Glue says, the real life Chat GPT. I wish I was smart like GPT. Dark Lord says, pizza or Subway? Subway. Femboy says, ever ride a horse? Not a horse. GB says, Confucius says, he who washes hands after using the urinal has dirty penis. Okay. Ever says, you look decent. Thanks. Enough says, are you in pain? Why is your face like that? I'm not in pain. My face is, I don't know why my face is the way it is. Turret says, can you cook? Yeah. The YouTube Freak Show says, youtube.com/@the-YouTube-Freak-Show. You're self-advertising? Okay. Miss Jello says, face is monotone. My face matches my voice. Okay. Esoteric says, what do you think of Hyperborea? The map is cool looking, like that, all those rivers, it looks cool, but beyond that, not much. And that's a comment I would expect from someone with esoteric in their name. Hades says, the subtle of breaking of character. I'm not playing a character. Trance says, do you believe in UFOs? No. Fry says, smile if you're being held captive. I'm not held captive. Harry says, how to cure erectile dysfunction. Search it up on the internet. Chill says, bro, I'm back on your feed. You found me again? Okay. Gabe says, do you believe in BBWs? To be honest, I'm not 100% sure what a BBW is. Maga says, can you say a quick prayer for my erectile dysfunction. I don't pray. Cyber says, smile if you want to be held captive. I don't. Femboy says, Brazilian butt lift. Okay. Okay. BBW is Brazilian butt lift. Okay. Salad says, have you ever heard Ligma? What's Ligma? Baby says, Dawn, why are you here? Can you make me tacos? Laughing emoji. Okay. Fry says, can you stroke me, Elvis? No. Centaur says, what numbers are between 5 and 8? 6, 7. Yeah, says, people, where's your humanity? Stop being mean. I don't mind it. Just don't swap me, please. Rosie says, I'm coming to your house, or do that. Don't swap me or come to my house. Buzz says, pre-recorded. Nope. Gabe Owners says, shout out Gabe Owners. You wanted me to say Gabe Owners. There you go. The K says, bro, guys, stop. He's literally crying almost. No. OJ says, favorite movie genre? I like all genres. Yeah. Leandra says, please, what is your favorite food or game? One of my favorite foods is the Chick-fil-A spicy deluxe chicken sandwich. Carlos says, you got a baddie? Do I have a girlfriend? Maybe. Molly says, okay. Okay. Fo says, are you transitioning from guy to girl or girl to guy? Neither. Hoob says, you look like you hold the cards close to your chest. Okay. Lala says, say gape horn. You wanted me to say gape horn? Okay. Da says, damn, he does lack an Adam's apple, bros. I do? I have an Adam's apple. Turret says, are you broke? No. Da says, are you FTM? I don't know what that is. Harry says, did you get a flu shot? No. Adam says, you have an Adam's cherry? What? Cyber says, Adam took his apple? What? Tao says, taco or burrito? Taco. Point says, you are an AI generated person? No. Harry says, are you vaccinated? No, but perhaps I should be. I think I should have. Hidden says, Pedro Pascal? Okay. Leave says, laughing my ass off? Okay. King says, hey man, just wondering if you like finger blasting your ants? What? Esoteric says, would you wear wigs? No. Rick says, let me borrow money? Sorry, I'm not gonna do that. Dark says, why does it look like you're in a giant box? Cardboard box? Just the angle? The angle? Big Stan says, have you worn wigs? No. Randall says, spell iCup dog? ICUP. Da says, do you know COVID is airborne AIDS? No, I don't know that. Foe says, have you been laid before? Have I had sexual intercourse before? No comment. Harry says, are you vaccinated against COVID? Didn't I already answer that? Cowboy says, would you time travel to the Old West? I mean, that sounds dangerous, so probably not. Fry says, are you an immigrant? No. Blah says, should I call her? I don't know what you're talking about, but sure. Crystal says, can you see things no one can? Maybe, I don't know. Jay says, why do you look and talk so very passive-aggressive personality? Harry says, are you an anti-vaxxer? No. Camden says, what's good, homie? Hello, Camden. Rotunda says, Randall is a picky eater and doesn't say much. Okay. Turret says, can you speak more than one language? No. King Arthur says, have you had a dream about falling out of a plane? No. Aaron says, go to bed, you silly fuck. Not right now. Fox says, say, what a lovely tea party. There you go. Podcast says, pro-vaccine, finally, an explanation. What? Jason says, no. Okay. Kasuba says, I swear, I saw him cut. What? Salad says, Goombus or Gimbus? What's that? Crystal says, can you say a bad word? I mean, just put a bad word in your chat message and I'll read it, probably. Dalton says, can you make that shit jiggle? No comment. Esoteric says, I saw something behind you 6 minutes ago. Okay. Noah says, who is your favorite musician from United States? One of them is Nirvana. Bay says, hi, little dick, take me away. What? Fry says, you're a funny-looking species, my guy. Okay. Hinden says, nipple sunburn. Okay. Harry says, should Trump be impeached? I don't know. Rick says, do you like Sublime? Is that a musician? I don't know what you're talking about. Chandler says they can't impeach Trump. They tried for the last 10 years. Okay. Calamity says, shave your head to stop balding. I'm not balding, I think. Foe says, Trump 28 and beyond. You want Trump to have another term? Okay. X says, it's me again. Hello, X. Jason says, I had a dream I shit my pants and woke up in a 7-Eleven. Okay. Jolie says, are you circumcised? Not gonna say. Enough says, I too dislike racism and homophobia, but I personally like bigotry. Okay. Death Knight says 100 times 500. No, you said 100 times 5. That is 500. Hamburglar says, how much money to show your butthole? No amount. Harry says, what's your escape strategy? For what? Aaron says, I, Don Benitez, am a fucking wiener. Okay. Chandler says, would you join trans queefers? No. I don't know what that is, but from the name, probably not. Ooh says, can you help me find a job? Sorry, no. Papa says, no way he's not circumcised. He's an American with an Americanized upbringing. Okay. Dalton says, ooh, okay. Snake says, love you, bro. Thank you. Leandra says, McDonald's fries or BK fries? BK. StockX says, would you take BBC to end world hunger? I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. Hamburglar says, can I peg you? No. Calamity says, please don't go bald. I don't think I will soon. Gone says, can I call you my Hershey's pie? Don't do that, please. Cube says, debate Nick Fuentes. I'm not into debating. Alumni says, hey Don, Mom said dinner is ready. Okay. We don't share the... never mind. Julian says, if Jabba the Hutt came to your door and wanted to suck your cock or I would die, what would he do? Leandra says, do you want chicken Alfredo? That sounds good, but I'm not hungry right now. I'm coming for Chandler says, would you peg Miss Piggy if the future depended on it? As I've been saying, I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. King Julian says, want a doc? No, I'm not gay. Gabriel says, hey Don, do you drink coffee? I don't. Das says, yeah, the lag was real, but it's gone now. I'm glad the lag's gone. Jacqueline says, I get worried that when you make the slightest movement that you're going to end the stream. Huh. Macus says, I just got hit with an earthquake. Crazy. Gone says, Dr. Pepper is the best soda. I used to be in that camp. Das says, do you promise to warn us before you go and let us say bye? No. I like to end the stream suddenly. Amber says, you good, bro? Yeah. Papa says he's above 5 inches. Can confirm. Okay. The Ass Clown says, do you like Shirley Temples? No. Podcast says, Dawn, I'm seeing yellow flashing spots. Should I be worried? Yeah, you should see a doctor. Anime says, opinion on Diddy? Not a good guy. I heard he sexually assaults people. Luke says he ends the stream the same way he climaxes, without warning and inside your mom. Okay. Noha says, what about Ariana Grande? Do I like Ariana Grande? I mean, I enjoy all music, so I guess so. Rich says, are you wearing pants? Yeah, dark gray jeans. Alumni says, free R. Kelly. Okay. Pure says, have you seen a grown man naked? Not in person. Simon says, you are gay. No, I'm not. Hunter says, you look like the actor that played Moon Knight. Have you been told this? I've been told that a few times. Calamity says he keeps touching it. I keep touching my so-called bald spot. Okay. King says, do you want to base my foreskin in turkey grease? No. Harry says, is Big Mac halal? I don't know. Kay says, I love your hair though. Thank you. Joey says, why can't Miss Piggy count to 69? I don't know. F says, you look like a Moon Knight. Have you been told this information? Yes. Anime says, dude, you look like the actor from Twilight. Okay. Dawn smells like feet says, do you like MF Doom? I can't remember listening to that music. Maybe I should check it out. Chandler says, would you attempt the Asmongold challenge and goon on stream while the audience has zero clue? Asmongold did that? I don't think he has. Harry says, do you love Muhammad? I only love my family and friends. Alumni says, neighbors, iffy, blicky, got the stiffy, what? Leandra says, do you like Michael Jackson? Yeah. Enough says, you look like Cruz. Not really. Pink says, do you like New York? Sure. Harry says, Muhammad is greater than your family and friends. Well, perhaps according to the Quran, but I don't believe the Quran. Pure Blood says, just admit you gay Tarzan. You're calling me gay and okay. Chandler says you look like Terry Crews. Nope. Papa says, Harry, he probably has a Catholic upbringing or his parents were Protestant converts. Okay. Rich says, do you have a birthmark? Yes. Rome says, do you know the face an old lady makes when you slide her diaper to the side and hit it from the back? No comment. Anime says, would you oil up for 5 million? No. Pixie says, what is your thought on India? My thoughts on India? I think it's cute that the people there like shake their head when they talk. Chandler says, WTF, that should be illegal. What? Geeg says, are you constipated? No. Mike says, you like jazz? Somewhat. 7 says, hey man, I just wanted to let you know that you are very intelligent, but with that can come a sense of superiority. Okay. Salad says, do you fuck with Puerto Ricans? Sure. Kevin says, have you ever wiped your ass and a finger accidentally slipped in your ass? No. Calamity says, you're darkness. I am darkness. Okay. Soda says, you are very handsome. Okay. Harry says tea or coffee? Tea. Vortex says, we need to know if you trim your asshole hairs. No comment. Kay says, husband material. Okay. Crawford says, get some sleep, bro. I'll be fine. Calamity says, say something controversial. I don't have controversial opinions. Alumni says, the Masons welcome you, Don. The Freemasons welcome me. Glad to hear it. Esoteric says, you're the guy from Dexter. Okay. Suge says, how matter-of-fact / thoughtful you answer these questions. Okay. Just says, lay off the perks. I'm not on it. Pureblood says, is this the gay community channel? I mean, that's not what I planned, and I'm not gay myself, but maybe it is. Jacqueline says, have you seen the movie Donnie Darko? Yeah, I have. Calamity says he is still touching his bald spot. Okay. Thrifting Thing says, should I try tasting my ejaculate before I dispose of it? No, that's gross. Jamie says, everyone has controversial opinions. Yeah, I guess that's technically true, but yeah. Arctic says, vertical or horizontal. When it comes to streaming, I like vertical because discovery is good. Tia says, if you could have anything you want, what do you want? A microphone. I need a microphone, like to attach to my shirt or something. That would be nice. Esoteric says, have you seen the solar plexus clown gliders? No, I don't know what that is. Who says, these streams are weird? It's basically people throwing questions at an AI-style kid. Yeah, that's a decent description. Junior says, can you send me $20? No. Veronica says, but after 3 hours, the meditation ends and my TV will be on blast. Okay. Harry says, is semen halal? I would think so. I mean, I don't even know what halal means exactly. Does that mean forbidden or okay? Luna says, what did you study in college? I'm gonna keep that private. Dark says, I am up at 12 in the morning on a school night watching this stream. You really should leave and go to sleep then. Dash says, halal means okay. Okay. Semen is not halal then. I mean, I would think, like, definitely that's gotta be not halal. Bo says, I'm a morning kind of guy. Okay. Elami says, saying the word in the hood prank. Gone wrong. Gone sexual. Vomit warning. Okay. Joey says, bro, practicing his social skills on YouTube Live. I guess that's a way I can look at this. Michael says, how are you doing? Good, thanks. Esoteric says, would you do a Carl Grimes cosplay with me as your uncle? Neg. I haven't watched The Walking Dead, so no. And I'm not into cosplay anyways. Enough says Crocs. Crocs like the footwear? I don't wear that. Yeah says good night. Good night, yeah. Meh says gay chat. Okay. Harry says spit or swallow. Um, I don't uh, do gay oral sex. Pureblood says you are not losing hair, you're gaining face. Okay. Da says, Mistin, your persistence is admirable. Wish I could tell you it's probably cut though. What? Dark says, I have tried falling asleep. It doesn't work. Try again. Daily says, always spit. Fuck their egos. Shit is disgusting. Okay. Elite says, Obama didn't die for this. Amen. Okay. Wussy says, this man taught me how to swim. God bless him. Okay. Gon says, your ancestors were pirates. Were they? I don't know. Lummy says, rip Joe Rogan. He's not dead. Esoteric says, do you quiver when you're close? No comment. Thrift says, would you let me tickle your sphincter with my hard rock rod? No. Enough says, you are a crocwear liar. You think I'm lying when I said I don't wear Crocs? I'm not lying, I don't wear them. Da says, Pharaoh, you gotta go to bed, bro. Exams are important. Yeah, that guy that said that he has school in the like tomorrow, he should go to bed. Mac says hello from Serbia. Hello, Mac. J-Man says Italian or Asian. Gotta let me know. I don't think I'm either. KKK says how many bodies, how many people have I killed? I don't kill people. Muntaha says hi. Hello, Muntaha. Ilami says, do you subscribe to the idea King Solomon got his power from demons? No. Junior says, when you read this, you'll forget you were ever gay. Okay. Chandler says, I've been edging this entire stream. Okay. MG says, say gawk for me now. There you go. Gerardo says, are you red or blue? No comment. Enough says, guys, he's Jehovah's Witness, I can tell. You think I'm a part of that religious sect? I'm not. Harry says, you should become a flight attendant. No, I don't want to. Pureblood says LGBTQ emoji. Okay. Hewitt says, what are your thoughts of Israel and America? No comment. Esoteric says, do you like big booty Latinas? I like everyone. J-Man says, oh my god, totally, flight attendant. Why flight attendant? Robert says, do you slap it or stroke it? What? Ilumi says, have you heard about the Lesser Key of Solomon? No. Ethan says, are you just reading comments? Yeah. Diego says, should I just throw ducks at random people? I think that might be battery, so I wouldn't do that. Harry says, are you a Zionist or anti-Semitic? No comment. I mean, I'm not anti-Semitic. Devin says, did the Ninja Turtles have turtle dicks or human type dicks? I don't know. Volley says, do you have a window on your left? Maybe. SG says, what modern trend bothers you? What modern trend bothers me? I can't think of anything. Is there a modern trend that bothers you? Robert says, are you locked up in the basement? No, I'm not held captive. Thrift says, how far can you pull your foreskin? No comment. Dash says he likes Crocs. No, I don't. I don't like sandals either. Who's Doug says 6'7" should not be a trend. You don't like this 6'7" meme? Okay. Archer says, did he stream? Okay. Pure says, do you like white or black sausages? Is that supposed to be slang for penis? Neither then. Noah says, why are people so mean to you? Because you can get away with it on the internet. J-Man says, darn, no love for the J-Man. Okay. Renee says, why are you reading comments on a live? Just for fun. Toasty says, why are you up so late? My sleep schedule. Everyone says, is technology good or bad for humanity? Both, but it's generally for the better. Chad A says, gay boners. You wanted me to say gay boners? Okay. Dark says, my cat is jumping around my room. Okay. Gibby says, do you think Dexter morals are right? I think he should leave it to the justice system. Virgil says, hi. Hello, Virgil. I love food says, are you okay? Yeah. Muhammad says, why do you look so depressed? I'm not. It's just my personality. Harry says, would you consider being vegan for 3 days? If I was paid. Dash says, imagine him as president. No comment. Huh. Roberto says, America. Fuck yeah. Okay. Roblox says, what is grass? A plant. Archer says, W stream. Thank you. Nathan says he would make a good president. Okay. Mark says you are on FBI watch list for CP for playing Cyberpunk. Cowboy says a vote for Don is a vote for democracy. Okay. Kevin says I haven't been late in a while. Any advice? I don't have any, sorry. Mark says autism is real. Okay. MG says, are you filled with cucumber or carrot? I haven't eaten either in a while. Jacqueline says, Toxic is back, but just under a different name. Oh, that spammer guy? He's back? Are you just saying, like, there's a lot of spammers now? Harry says, how long can you go without eating a Big Mac? Not long. My taste buds really like Big Macs, unfortunately. McNutty says, you ever sharded? Have I ever pooped my pants as an adult? No. Wheeler says, Don Burry or you, Don? What? MG says, can you make a earning reveal? I'm not gonna show how much I make from my job. Your mom says, did you take that poison COVID vax? No comment. I love food says, I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Chandler says, can you make it clap though? No comment. Thrift says, can you show us your driver's license? No, that you guys can do bad stuff with that. The Quest says, can you please save the elderly by doing something productive? What? Jesse says, it's my birthday. Okay. Mark says, stop doing the gay or you will be promptly arrested. Trump has banned all gay. No, he's for gay. Volley says, Sarah seems gay. Okay. Dash says, okay. Dash Don. Yeah, I've said okay before. Kevin says, damn, you didn't even wish him a happy birthday? Yeah, I feel like I shouldn't tell people happy birthday. Mark says, so you've eaten suck with mayo? What? Choppy says, what's 9 plus 10? 21. Flip says, Mike, who cheese Harry? You wanted me to say Mike, who cheese Harry? There you go. Enough says, I want to apologize for being rude earlier. You are a cool guy. I'm holding my fingers crossed behind my back. Okay. Mark says, you're crazy. Okay. MG says, why do you like racism, homophobia, and bigotry? I don't. Luna says, okay, that one is funny, and I don't like the gross stuff. Okay. Imperial says, howdy, bud, how you feeling? Good, thank you. Decadent says, Nicola is the real MVP. Okay. Roberto says, do you like to skateboard? No. Whatever says, spit a freestyle. Not my thing. Jens says, bro, stop ignoring my comments, please. Sorry. No More Tyranny says, I do PG-13 things with a jar of mayonnaise. Ew. Mino says, you have hydro head. What? Mark says, Leel Eek. Okay. Frosty says, Don is are you a Don? Win Don? What? Decadent says, are you looking for Sarah Connor? No, I'm not a Terminator. Dash says, Don has 0 Adam's apple. I have an Adam's apple. Chandler says, would you help your friend Jack off his horse if he needed you? Yeah, but I wouldn't masturbate him. But I would help him get him off a horse. Bart says, "Look at me, donkey." What? Enough says, "Skinny ass wrists," shaking my head. Okay. Kevin says, "What's your blood type?" I forget. Bradley says, "Hi, hi, 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 Diddy." Okay. Femboy says, "Who said anything about masturbation?" Uh, uh, I think he might have implied that. MG says, "You were a good edge, but I'm gonna go goon somewhere else now." Okay. Lummy says, "Are you Mr. Hands?" I'm not. That's someone else. Harry says, "When was the last time you ejaculated?" No comment. Thick says, "You're still doing this?" Yeah. Wound says, "You hold any crypto?" No. Mark says, "Cucumber cancellation crew?" What? Wheeler says, "Aloha. You're rad, Don." Thank you, Wheeler. Anthony says, "I believe in aliens." Okay. Decadent says, "Chocolate or candy?" Candy. Harry says, "Thoughts on Saudi Arabia?" Interest in place. They are so rich and crazy. Card tricks, having pet tigers. Alami says, "Remember when we got caught peeking on that disabled chick taking a dump?" No, you got the wrong person. Bobby says, "Okay." Okay. Imperial says, "I hope you're having an awesome night, bud." Rock on emoji. I am, thank you. Volley says 10-minute slow mode. That's not possible. The limit is 5 minutes. Void says, "Keep talking. I'm almost finished." You're in luck. All I do is talk in the stream. Addie says, "You sold me cocaine?" No, I didn't. Dark says, "I can't fall asleep." Sorry, but I hope you fall asleep soon. Chandler says, "Have you been caught gooning behind the fridge?" No. Prophet says, "Video games or board games?" I enjoy video games more, but I wish I liked board games. Snatch says, "Thoughts on Zionist Jews?" My thoughts are good surrounding them. Harry says, "What's the capital of USA?" Washington, D.C. DT says, "Run a fade with me, neighbor." What? Dash says, "Damn, pro-Zionists." I'm not based. Enough says, "Thoughts on Watergate?" Watergate, like, that was quite the scandal. I don't know what to say. Harry says, "You can't be American. You're too smart to be an American." Okay. Chad says, "Nixon." Yeah, that was the guy. Anonymous says, "Thoughts on Collargate?" I watched the video of Kaya being shocked and heard the dog yelp, and that made me uncomfortable. Harry says, "Average American doesn't know where the capital is." I don't think that's true. Dash says, "American Muscle How can you not? What? Mark says, I smell virginity vibes. Okay. Cameraman says, what is 33 plus 34? 67. Luna says, are you going for a record for longest on live? I'm not. Wheezy says, motherfuckers don't be know what Pearl Harbor was. Isn't that a thing from SpongeBob? Or just kidding. Mr. Carter says, you eat hot dogs without the bun. I don't ever eat hot dogs. Jen says, lol, no, it was a war. Yeah, I know. Femboy Stormtrooper says, I've heard Hassan fans say that the dog Yelp was because she's old. I doubt that. Okay. Fat Kid says, do you think we will achieve cold fusion in the next 20 years? I don't know what cold fusion is. I know the YouTuber Cold Fusion. Harry says Canada is greater than United States of America. Admit it. No comment. Alumni says, imagine LeBron James. Okay, I just did. Wheeler says cucumbers. Pickled or fresh? Pickled? What's pickled? Enough says, bro, is a Thatcher support. Shaking my head. No, I never played Thatcher. I'm too selfish. Simu says, Don, are you okay? Yes. Anthony C says, nope. Okay. Das says, you may say Canada is greater than America, but there won't be a Canada at all soon. Canada's gonna become the 51st state. Is that what you're saying? Thrift says, are you hung like a horse or small like a micropene? No comment. Kevin says, start a damn OF. No. Wound says, you live alone? Maybe. Marcelo says, why YouTube suggested me this? Creepy. Okay. No More Tyranny says, centimeter Peter. Okay. Mrs. Lee says, you look like Chang Bin from Stray Kids. Okay. Steve says, I hate that you popped up on my love reel thing. Bye. What's a love reel thing? Megan says, is your middle name Switzerland? Your opinions are so measured and neutral. What pisses you off? I mean, I'm not too interested in giving my, opinions because it's futility. Camera says, is he AI or human? Human. Enough says, you be squirtin' or are you on the cream team? I don't have a vagina. Elami says, Schrodinger's cock. Since he hasn't measured it, it is both 3 inches and 13 inches. Schrodinger's cock. Okay. Decadent says, how often do you shave? Every day. Pro-Am says cantaloupe. I like that fruit. Thrift says, can you show us your feet? I have a foot fetish. No. Anonymous says, what are your hobbies? Video editing. Elami says, my logic is sound. Okay. Blank says, you're the real headbutt champion? I'm not. Luna says, why are so many people pervy? Because they're anonymous, kind of. Paul says he calls veterinarians doctors because he wants them to feel better. Yeah, I'm that guy. Enough says, whoa, my bad. Congrats on the bottom surgery. I haven't had surgery. Harry says briefs are boxers. Boxers. The struggler says Paul is a throat goat. Okay. Blank says, what drugs are you on? No comment. Tyranny says, garrisoned and yearning liberty over royal dictatorship. What? Paul says, how many girls you killed this week? 0. Adam says, reads comments and is like, what? 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 Harry says, when was your last therapy session? No comment. Simu says, I came to the stream late. Sigh. Well, welcome, Simu. Adam says, here is my impression of this guy. Okay. I think I say okay much faster. You wrote like a million O's there, as if I said okay for a long period of time. Protector says, I'm here with a heart of joy. Nice. Michael says, put a potato in your mouth and call yourself a dictator. Tater? Okay. Femboy says, he only says what and okay to the incomprehensible comments. No, I say what to incomprehensible comments. What? And I say okay to things I understand, but I don't have anything to say back. Arkit says namaste. Okay. Baby says apple smash pie. Okay. Olive says hi. Hello, Olive. Paul says, you're the next Lil Jon. What? Lil Jon? Elmo says, how does it feel being alone? When I'm alone, it does not. Both good and bad. Tavon says, you're the next Shakira. No, I'm not. Tyler says, hello, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Harry says, should Canada deport Indians just for being Indian? No. Zeus says, bruh, how much longer is LeBron playing? I don't know. V says, poopin' in Hollywood. Okay. Nathan says, Lil Jon is the guy who says what and okay in his songs all the time. Okay, I'm interested in hearing his music then. 7 says they should definitely deport Indians, but okay, I disagree. Cameraman says, I'm listening to this like radio. Does that mean you're just listening to it, like you're not looking at me? Tyranny says boofing is putting drugs or alcohol in your butthole. Okay. Elmo says, how does it feel knowing one day you're gonna die? I don't like that fact. Nosrak says, I love watching you. Okay. Crow says, when do I sleep? I sleep, I'm gonna keep that private. PE says, did you just try to break your own neck? No, I'm just trying not to show the camera my yawn. Olive says, you kind of look like a younger version of Stephen Gomez from Breaking Bad. No, I disagree. Paul says, I'm gonna watch you sleep tonight. No, you're not. I'm not gonna stream myself sleeping. Decadence says, K-pop is gayer than sucking dick. Okay. J-Day says, I'm gonna dream of you, Donnie. Okay. Chris says, quote, I'm gonna keep that private, end quote. Okay. Paul says, who said it'll be through stream? I'ma be at your window. No, don't do that. I'll call the police if I find out. Apologist says, take an Adderall to help with the yawns. No, I'm not gonna do that. Beetroot says, hey, cutie patootie. Hello, Beetroot. Enough says, you ever poop in a urinal? No, I never did that. Nosrak says, you won't find out. I won't find out that I'm being watched in my sleep. I guess that makes sense. Harry says, should America grant 150,000 immigrant visas to Indians each year? That sounds like a nice thing to do. Sure. Kira says, you look depressed. I'm not. Unapologetic says, that's a lot of doctors. What? Megan says, were you watching paint dry when the idea for your program manifested? You're saying that watching my stream is similar to watching paint dry? It's boring? Okay. Decadent says, Jokic is the GOAT. Who's that? Mint says, how are you so strong to these bad comments? It's just text on a screen. It doesn't really get to me. It would get to me if a human being was saying it face to face. Tavon says, oh brother. Okay. Brett says, Steve Gomez was my favorite Breaking Bad character. Weird. Day says, I love this. Go Don. Thank you. Avocado says, wait, you're not in your usual room? I am in my usual room. Harry says, what would make you gay? If I had a crush on a girl and then they transitioned but still looked the same. Femboy says, me? You would make me gay. Okay. Bag says, what is your favorite lesson in 2025? My favorite lesson? I'm not sure. Turth says, you're still streaming? Yeah. Rich says, that wouldn't be gay. That wouldn't be gay. Okay. Unapologetic says, that was very specific. Mild gay. Okay. Gone says, do you consider yourself handsome? I don't think about that. Marcelo says, have you ever visited North Korea? No, but that sounds kind of cool though. Joseph says, What was your expectation coming into this? What? Roy says, hate everyone, embrace racism. Hate everyone? Be racist to everyone? Wouldn't that mean that you're not racist? Because if you are racist to everyone, you're not racist at all? By the way, I'm just joking. Chandler says, I'm not racist. I think you're all equally worthless. Yeah, that's what I was getting at, but I'm joking. Cowboy says, I heard your hips don't lie, just like Shakira. Okay. NS says, Don Benitez 430. That's my username. Avocado says, say the N-word? No. Decadent says, you look like Smithers from The Simpsons. I don't know who that is. Avocado says, say the N-word? No, I'm not going to do that. Spreading Christ's name says, Jesus died on the cross for you. I don't believe in that, but thank you. Ilumi says, oh baby, when you talk like that, you make a woman go mad. Okay. Nathan says, you got vibes like clear eyes. What? Decadent says, you look like my chair smells. What? Leo says, why are people talking about Jesus? Not everyone has to be Christian. I think it makes sense. If you think you know God, you should spread it. Real Talk says, you're always saying the N-word around all of your friends. No, I don't. Roy says, long live Donald Trump, the first monarch of the US. Okay. Jeremy says, you have nice teeth. Okay. Devin says, you could though. Could what? Enough says, bro is a Scientologist. I'm not, maybe in the future. Decadent says, you look like you walk slow. I think I do. Ella says, can you shout me out? Sorry, no. Baba says your log is showing. I'm wearing pants. Marcelo says, do you love knife? Knife? Who's knife? Christoph says, side eye emoji. Okay. Jeremy says, I'd say you're 5'6". I'm 5'7", but 5'8" with shoes on. Phobe says, tralala ao tralala. Okay. The Rizzler says 6'7". Okay. Scott says, let me ask you, what would you like to talk about? I want to be surprised. So that's why I let chat choose the topic. NS says, please answer me, what country are you from? A country in North America. Marcelo says, whose knife was hilarious? What's hilarious about that? Ilumi says, do you remember when Ninja said, movement, I'm not seeing enough movement? Yeah, when he was at Times Square and trying to get people to floss. Yeah, I know that clip. J-Day says, can we talk about how cute Don Benitez is? If you want. Paul says, when are you going to sleep? Because it's cold out here. Don't worry about it. Archer says, this stream is top in the goon category. I'm not even sexualizing it at all. Chandler says, do you watch Lex Friedman? And who's your favorite podcast host or guest? I will say that I listened to a little bit of the Dan Hauser interview. Harry says, do you live with your parents? Maybe. Mimi says, I got fired from the job. Sorry to hear that. Crow says, fine. Don't speak Spanish then. Okay. Human says, you are reaching your goal by using these dumb commenters. It's funny how much these guys are unemployed. I don't view my chatters as like this cattle to get ahead in the YouTube game. Dark Lord says, what's up? I be back. Hello, Dark. Michael says, isn't Dan Hauser that guy from Red Dead Redemption? He's one of the guys behind the game, yeah. Jade says, I'll be your cattle don. I'd die for you. Thank you. Rich says, Fuentes is a grifter. Okay. Femboy says, that was a great interview. He's usually so recluse. You listen to it too? Okay. John says, I just gave you a follow and like the live. Wish you the best. Thank you, my cattle. Just kidding. Das says, like, it's one thing to be bi like Don, but Fuentes, he's a power bottom. Okay. Zen says, I heard Femboy, where is he? He's in the chat. Harry says, I am a power top. Okay. Chandler says, Juan, you gotta go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Is that a lyric? Sim you says, I'm playing Among Us while watching your stream. Cool. Jacqueline says, someone's username is ChatGPT. Okay. Enough says, unlike Don, I'm not violently racist. What are you talking about? I'm not violently racist either. Dash says, would you accept Islam if the alternative was death? Yes. I mean, not my heart, but verbally, probably. Dog says, were you born in East LA? Maybe. Baba says, can I inspire your catalog? My catalog? What do you mean? A says, truly a bunch of weirdos in your chat, dude. Okay. Enough says, wow, trying to gaslight us. We all just witnessed that crazy, racist-filled rant you just had. Shaking my head. I never had that rant. Archer says, if Siri by Apple had a human form, I think she would be a thick goth baddie. No, I don't think so. I think it'd be something more akin to like a boring librarian. Harry says, are you more likely to accept Islam or Christianity? I mean, I read more of the Bible than the Quran, so I guess Christianity, but really neither, you know? Rufus says, why am I watching this? Parasocial reasons. Unapologetic says, He's not bad, but the racist rants are getting out of control. I don't do that. Avocado says bygone. You're saying bye to gone, G-O-N in the chat? The chatter gone? Okay. Jade says, it's like a car accident. You can't look away from Don Benitez. Okay. Archer says, would you ever sleep with a midget? No comment. Satamore says, what are these racist rants? What happened? There were no racist rants. Jeremy says, don't wear an undershirt under a collared shirt. Isn't that normal? Harry says, what does parasocial mean? It means, just search up the definition. That's the best way to get the definition. Zen says, answering question. Parasocial means that you have a relationship with a celebrity that doesn't know you. Yeah, that's the definition. That's the definition. Dark says, do you know who MatPat is? Yeah, the game theory guy. Joseph says, thanks, Papa. Okay. NS says, let me know if you need anything. Okay. Blue says, should I go sober or keep effing up my life? If not being sober is effing up your life, then you should go sober then. Dash says, for the record, I'm talking about World of Warcraft. I'm lost. Silence says, Monoma microscopics ilicova canoconiosis. Okay. Shapeshifting says, hello, my super spunk. You need some more money? I don't know you like that. You've never given me money. Jason says, hola, Don, and congratulations on converting to Islam. Thumbs up emoji. I haven't converted. Chad A says, sofa king. Okay. Tyler says, you're my favorite e-girl. Am I an e-girl? I don't think I am. Gon says, are you afraid a chatter will find you one day? A little bit, but not really. Brad says, did you reveal why you wanted to stay up and stream yesterday? No. Femboy says, what gets wetter as it dries? A towel. Bay says, you look like a young walkin'. Okay. Dark says, but hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Okay. Bay says Vampire King. Okay. Harry says eating beef is not very eco-friendly. Okay. Dash says, would you wear a shock collar? No. Illegal says, you look like Mr. Poop. Okay. Jacqueline says, your responses and reactions are the best. Thank you. JG says, support Don in his YouTube venture. Unicorn emoji, LGBTQ emoji. Thank you. Kiss says, I'm a homophobic slur. Okay. J-Man says, what time is it for you? Nighttime. Dark says, why do you beat your children? I don't beat children. Shapeshifting says, hello, pretty spunk. Hello, shape-shifting. Wortham says, what's behind your back? Just a chair, a wall, a bed. Chad A says, tell us a story. No, I like a live stream that focuses on the chat. Mystery says, I just saw a high woman on live eat a Taco Bell burrito, and she ate the wrapper as well. You. Night Rock says, Israel or Palestine? No comment. No Thanks says, thank you. That was cool. Joseph says, do you like Nick A 30? Not particularly, but sure. Enough says Obama. Okay. Danny says, why do you do this? For fun. Lummy says, are you from O-Block? Nope. Chandler says, don't diss the Samoans USO. What? Someone says, oh hi, how long are you reading comments? I saw you 4 hours ago. I don't reveal how long my stream is gonna be. Tyler says Obama 2028. I don't think he's gonna run. I think that's illegal. Squeaky says, are you mentally stable? Yeah. Unapologetic says, would you give up your Islamic faith if it means all the Samoans would disappear from Earth? Well, I'm not even Islamic, so. Jason says, Don, you may need to finally get that eye treated. That sounds wise, but I'm gonna procrastinate. Toasty says, if we ever see you, Don, can we ask for an autograph or a picture? Well, I would just prefer that you said hi. Pictures and autographs seem, I think they're lame. Lummy says, how many countries have you traveled to? 1. No Thanks says, don't thank me. Okay. Addie says, do you fuck with strawberries? Yeah. Stoned says, Don, please, I want to know if you like my username. Stoned Feather. Sure, I like it. Your old username had stoned in it too, right? Shapeshifting says, Don, fuck strawberries? No, not like with my genitals, no. Enough says, unlike Don, I'm not afraid to associate with homosexuals. I'm not afraid. I'm not homophobic. Malachi says, what is the point of this? Like, what do you get out sitting here reading comments for hours? Just fun? Like, what's the point of, like, watching YouTube shorts? Gone says, do you have a phobia? No. Fashion says, are you afraid of the dark? No. Addie says, we are having a great time. Nice. Danielle says, fishing is like dating. It's all catch and release until you find a keeper. Yeah, that makes sense. Finley says, oh boy, the people in the chat are gonna be mean to you. Yeah, I mean, I've streamed for like 50 hours in total. This isn't like my first stream. Mystery says, Don, you gotta wear an okay shirt. Merch, merch, merch. Get on it. An OK shirt. There's already like millions of OK shirts out there. There's no point in me making my own. Channel says, do you have nightmares? Not often. Illegal says, say the first word that comes to your mind. Legal. Justin says, Dawn needs money for Pokemon cards. I'm not into Pokemon. Shapeshifting says, should I marry my dog? No, that's gross. Nightrock says, please convert to Islam. I'm not gonna convert just because you said please. Kiss says, how much do you make before taxes? 0 so far. From live streaming. Darden says, are you Mexican? Yeah, maybe. Jacqueline says, legal? Laughing emoji. Well, to be honest, another word came up in my mind, never mind. Shapeshifting says, do you need money for healthcare and your eye removal surgery? No. Dark says, are you streaming later today? Because for me, it is 1 a.m. I'm probably not. Ever says, Dawn the dog hater, shaking my head. First Hassan, now Dawn. No. I don't hate dogs, I like dogs. Mystery says, Islam converters are now giving free Big Macs with Coke coupons out. That sounds too good to be true. Gita says, tell your father's name if you love your life. Those things don't relate. Long says, you never sleep, bro. Are you a vampire? No. Casimiro says, what? What? Wayne says, I've gotta say, this is the most unique YouTube channel I've ever seen. Then that's weird because this is so simple. All I'm doing is reading chat. Watashi says, it isn't weird if you're converting to Islam. It isn't weird if you're converting them to your partner as well, haha. What? Wayne says, I've never seen it done before. Yeah, I guess this stream is kind of unusual, like just someone reading chat, but that's weird because it's so simple. Joel says, love you, Ben. Thank you. Malachi says, bro, go to bed. Not yet. Cowboy says, you changed my life with a better Dawn. Okay. Chandler says, convert to Judaism, guys. I'm good. Casimiro says, the voices keep telling me. What should I do? Must I ignore them? If you have voices in your head, maybe you should talk to someone. Mr. Dark says, what do you do to make your beard this beautiful? How does one make a beard as beautiful as mine? Shave every day. Addie says, do you know about Pangea? When all of the continents were one, there was only one continent? Yeah, I know about that. Chandler says, my God is Joe Pesci. Watch where you're fucking walking. Okay. Go Channy says, delay test. Okay. Addie says, hell yeah. Okay. Kessel says, rubbing one out. You're masturbating? Okay. Malachi says, you finally said my name right. Laughing emoji. I'm glad that I pronounced it right. Monica says, do you know about Tartaria? The fictional old kingdom that people think is non-fictional? Yeah. MTB says, I'm an eye doctor. Someone passed me a spoon and some vodka. What? Ray says, what sport should I bet on this weekend? Basketball. Harry says, convert to Hinduism. No. Watashi says, what do you call your hairstyle? I don't know. Mon says, Big Don, I'm back. Give me advice for success, but I'm twice your age, bro. I would rather be first number 1 in a little village than number 2 in all of Rome. Santiago says go to bed. Not yet. Be Right says read this. There you go. Jeremy says let's be best friends, Don. No, sorry. Brown says no mangina. It's the best village. Huh. Cheeseburger says Charlie Kirk would be looking up right now if he had a neck. Okay. Alex says greetings from Switzerland. Hello, Alex. Shapeshifting says I'm a starving child, starving to death, and this is the very last thing I have ever watched. Goodbye. I hope that's not true. Brownfish says, good night, homie man. Good night, Brown. John says, daddy. Hello, John. Gian says, yeah, routine is boring, but if there are ways, why not? What? Hector says, do a backflip. No. Go Channy says, I have 1 pound pork tenderloin in the oven, 3:28 a.m. and suicidal. If that's true, talk to your family members when you can. Call them. Chit chat. Fruity says, do people in your day-to-day life know about this channel? Yeah, some do. I mean, I don't hide it, but I also don't advertise it. Rustin says, not very motivating. I mean, you have to think about it. That quote that I gave earlier, if that's what you're talking about. Shapeshifting says, dies from starvation all alone. You didn't die. MTB says, what do you want for food tonight? A turkey sub. MTB says, I'm thinking Domino's for dinner. Okay. Malachi says, nah, bro's dead, I checked. I don't believe it. Femboy says, what was the most painful thing that ever got in your eye? I don't remember. It probably was like some little rock or particle or something. Nothing crazy. Enough says, bro supports Jared Fogle, WTF. No, I don't. Red Panda says, capitalism just means profiting from someone else's labor. Okay. Chandler says, I'm higher than giraffe. Giraffe emoji. Okay. Mond says, show us the fingernails. No. Addie says, lemon bro. What? Trance says, what pants are you wearing? I'm wearing jeans. Dark gray jeans. Go Channy says, my name is Chandler as well. You have the same first name as the guy in chat, Chandler. Okay. Mr. Dark says, if I invited you to Egypt, will I come to Egypt if you invite me? I wouldn't. Sorry. Gon says, you're studying to be a doctor, I can tell. Maybe. Mond says, how much recovery time between muscle groups? I don't know. Pink says, zodiac sign? Not gonna say. Rex says, can you say this 10 times fast? Red, blue, gun, blue gun, gun. I'm not gonna say that fast. Justin says, what is a hobby that you've dedicated most of your time to in life? Well, I'll say that I've wasted way too much time playing video games. Zhang says, hi from New Zealand. Hello, Zhang. Tyler says, what should I get for breakfast? Eggs. Meppin says, keep fucking going. Keep streaming. Okay. Femboy says, would you donate one of your hands to science for $1 million? No. Malachi says, favorite video game? Red Dead Redemption 1. Jacqueline says, okay, the yawns are a hint. I'm preparing. You think that the stream's gonna end soon? Okay. Mystery says, what's the best hot sauce? I mean, the hot sauce that I have the most is just buffalo sauce from McDonald's. Zhang says, I just finished my playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2. Cool. Enough says, can you please stop saying slurs? Slurs. It's making my son uncomfortable. I'm not saying slurs. Joseph says, invites to cookout. I'm not inviting anyone to my cookouts. Rootsy says, would you devour a spicy pickle? No. Carmine says, I had a very stupid friend that said for $1 million, he would let them amputate a leg. That seems like a bad deal. Mr. Dark says, you have an amazing smile. Thank you. Callie says, are you a cop or a cop wannabe? Neither. Casimiro says, I've heard my own voice call out to me. That's crazy. You should talk to someone. Ember says, dude, why are you not asleep yet? Bad decisions. Shapeshifting says, starved. Dead Child says, any hot moms in your area? Okay. Go Channy says, thank you for the parasocial interaction, Donald. I will now go rot in panic. Bye, Go Channy. Carmine says, most people need to see a psychiatrist. Okay. Jacqueline says, have you seen the video of someone offering a stranger $1 million, but then tells them they won't wake up the next day if they take it. Yeah, that's like a way to show what's really valuable. Dash says, have you played any Paradox games? I don't know what that is. Chad says, what video games do you play? I used to play Rainbow Six Siege, Black Ops 2. Meh says, talking emoji. Okay. Mary says, you look miserable. Okay. Enough says Smiths or Cure. Smiths or The Cure? Well, I haven't really listened to the Smiths. That's on my to-do list. So I guess The Cure. Fly Real High says, I think I'm on the wrong side of YouTube. Yeah, you are. Vertical live streams are cursed. Long Willie says, the ship of Theseus. Do you know the thought experiment? No. Enough says, wow, okay, so you're not Mexican. Okay. Malachi says, it's crack. I knew it. What? Mr. Dark says, I have voices in my head. Do I listen to them? You probably shouldn't. You should talk to someone about that. Jeremy says, butt crack. Okay. Gone says, are you FBI? No. Trant says, love you, bro. Fist bump. Thank you. Junebug says, I'm gonna peg you. No, you're not. MTB says, can I send you some money? Yeah, when I get super chats enabled. Hopefully that'll be this month. Maddie says, can you adopt me? No. Isaac says, I am a dog. Woof. Okay. Long says, if the ship of Theseus over time is repaired, board by board, would it still be the ship of Theseus? I see, I get it. Is it the same thing even though every part has been replaced? I get it. Gilliam says, how many Jack in the Box tiny tacos could you eat in 1 minute? I don't know, but if I were to go to Jack in the Box and have tacos, I probably would just get 2. Blast says, pizza on pineapple or nah. I like pineapple on pizza. Brian says, it's too late for talk about laws. Go to sleep. I will soon. Femboy says, yes. In fact, that essentially happens to human beings every 6 years or so. Are you talking about your body parts being replaced? Johnson says, I've never had Jack in the Box, but pineapple is awesome on pizza. Okay. Rico says, I feel like the comments have become tamed. Yeah, at the current moment, there's not too many, crazy sexual, violent comments. Trant says, do you remember Tamara? No. Chandler says, have you tried Five Guys? And would you attempt Six Guys next? 6 guys, in a sexual way? I wouldn't do that. Blessing says, brush your teeth. I always do that before every stream. Das says, how often do you shower? No comment. Corey says, what was your favorite show as a kid? Avatar: The Last Airbender. Zaza says, am I doom scrolling? Probably. Jacqueline says, no comment, what? Laughing emoji? It's hard to explain why I said no comment. Corey says, goated show. Yeah, it's good. Jeremy says, when's the last time you wanked it? No comment. Ahmed says, would you watch your streams if you were in someone else's shoes? That's a good question. I mean, I listen to my streams, but I may just do that because, it's my content, but I don't know. Ashley says, want to see my Peter? Do I want to see your Peter? What's a Peter? Femboy says, our body parts don't necessarily get replaced, but the cells that make up those body parts die and get replaced. I see. Mr. Dark says, you look like a Terminator. That is a compliment. Thank you. Meppen says, what will make tomorrow great? Family and friends. Mystery says, do you think dogs don't live long enough? Sure. June says, Stinky Don. I'm not stinky. Blessing says, you and Unk. Am I? Tom says, needs an actual robot with the freaking AI chip from Elon Musker. What? Joseph says, yuck. I smell fine. I put on deodorant every day. Cologne every day. Trance says, have you been to a rave? No. Tamara says, you don't remember me? Sorry, I don't. Jeremy says, what kind of deodorant? It's called Arms and Hands or something, and it's unscented. Enough says, the lying is crazy. You just said you don't shower. I shower. Fruity says, favorite part of these streams? The fact, like, how focused I get, like, compared to when I'm watching a video or other kinds of entertainment, I'm like not too focused, but with this, I'm focused, I'm in the flow. Rico says, have you done any hard drugs? No. Tamara says, why don't you remember me? I guess you weren't too memorable. No offense. Femboy says, do you advocate for posting comments if they don't get read? Absolutely. Mr. Dark says, is this a social experiment? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Tail says, you fit in a movie. You're a villain. Don't waste these looks. I don't want to be an actor. Trance says, I'm mad. Okay. Roy says, I have the cure to the plunge and I'm willing to save people. What? Flame says, I ordered a Wendigo mask today. It's like a wolf skull with deer antlers. Yeah, I know what that is. I've killed those things in video games. H says, stop ignoring me, bitch boy. There you go. Yay. Tamara says, what is your favorite food? Big Mac. Chernile says, first time here. Will you give me attention? There you go. Enough says, Zuko X Ang thoughts. That doesn't interest me. Jacqueline says, you're on fire tonight. Heart emoji. Thank you. Mystery comment says, have you been to the Mall of America or Disneyland or World? I've been to Disney theme park. Blessing says, you eat cockroaches? Vomiting emoji. I don't. Chris says, rusty trombone or dirty Sanchez? Neither. Femboy says, this chat can be a hornet's nest sometimes. Twitch is never like this. Hornet's nest? Do you mean like sexual, violent, controversial comments? Mr. Dark says, do you like philosophy questions? Yeah. Richard says, do you remember most of the people? No, that's impossible. Dark Mystery says, really, Don? Go to bed. Not yet. Jack says, dude, I'm at the Circle K parked on the side. Did you still want this? $35, $50 for a big one. I don't know what you're talking about. Lala says, would you start a Twitch? No, this works. YouTube works. Keo says, what's your favorite Rick and Morty concept / episode? I haven't watched Rick and Morty. BJ says, what's up, man? I'm still here and looking for that bell. I'm not gonna play cowbell on stream, but I do know where you got the idea from. I watched that SNL skit. I finally learned like what everyone was talking about. I recently just watched the SNL skit. Omar says, favorite regular show episode? Probably the first one, because I like it when he says that he always wished he could get a girlfriend named The Power. Everett says, need more cowbell? Okay. Rico says, what do you really want in life? Happiness. Nick says, how many times do people say you look like Ian Miles? What? Blessing says eggplant emoji. Okay. Dead Horse says play bongos. I don't. Chris says AMD or NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Nick says Google him, dude. How about you tell me about him? Enough says, guys, if I don't return, just know Don did it. I'm not kidnapping you. I don't have any plans to kidnap you. Tamara says, do you like Jurassic Park? Sure. Gon says, are you a Starbucks guy? No. Mr. Dark says, if you had the ability to shape and shift reality, what will you change? If I had the ability to change reality, I don't know. I mean, I feel like whatever I would do, there would be like a catch. I would really have to think about that. Kelly says, you should totally kidnap him. Nobody's expecting it now. Huh. I'm not gonna kidnap him. Mystery says, what if you got $1 every time you hit the cowbell on stream? Maybe I would have a cowbell then. Rico says, do you remember me? I don't. Femboy says, if I could change reality, free tacos for everyone. That sounds nice. Mr. Dark says, interesting. If you had a son, what will you name him? Maybe Don Jr. Das says, what do you like? What do you like about femboys? I mean, I'm indifferent with femboys. Site says, I just saw someone live who thinks he's a zombie. There's someone live streaming and they think they're a zombie. Okay. Ace says, fascism or socialism? Socialism? Living says, if you were gambling on roulette, what color would you pick, red or black? Red. Gone says, will you remember these streams years from now? Yes. Ali says, favorite company of baby oil? The main one, the popular company. Corey says, I saw a live before this where all they said was ooh. Weird. Windows says, have you ever got your cheeks clapped? No. Fruity says, does all of this start feeling repetitive? Not enough where it's annoying. Rico says, I could fall asleep to this. Okay. Shane says, where are the fireflies? What? Tamara says, do you like Jurassic Park? Sure, yeah. Pinda says, Simon says, I'm gay. Okay. Your mom says, my friend's gooning to you? Okay. Fruity says, do you think these streams do more harm or good in the grand scheme of things? I don't know, that's a tricky question, but I mean, I really don't think this is any more harmful than like YouTube Shorts or TikTok. Jado says, what do you stream about? Just this, just me talking to chat. Jacqueline says they do good, I think. I don't know what you're talking about. Ratatouille says, is he reading this chat or another? This chat. I'm not streaming on Twitch too. I'm only streaming on YouTube. Yellow says, Genghis Khan did his work on your face, fam. What does that mean? Does that mean I have Genghis's genetics and I look like him? Isn't that kind of a compliment? Tani says, is this all you do, or do you make social media posts? This is all I do. Mystery says, what if you went back in time and were in the audience of the SNL Cowboy skit this whole time? That's not the case. Joseph says, did you ever listen to epic rap battles? Yeah, I can't recall them though. I don't remember them. Richard says, how do you want to be remembered? It doesn't matter to me. Grady says, he's got me in the attic eating spiders and mice tents. You're not in my attic. Mepin says, most of the shit people worry about never happens. That's true. Jacqueline says, why am I so protective of you, Don? I don't know. Blessing says, I need attention, please. There you go. Das says, bruh, you seriously wear an Apple Watch? Yeah, I find like the timer useful. I use timers a lot in my daily life. Ghost says humans that believe in Jesus are fools. Okay. Windows says, are you high, bro? No. Zhang says, do you love your bed? Yes. JD says, tell us about your timer usage. Whenever I do an action, I almost always set a time to it. I set a time to it. I just feel uneasy about like uncertainty, like of like how long I'm gonna do it. Mr. Dark says, why am I being ignored? There's too many chats to read. Moonage says, isn't your neck tired of carrying your big ass head? No. Das says, autistic confirmed. Okay. Mepin says, you cannot make everybody happy. You are not pizza. Okay. Jacqueline says, broken heart emoji. Why are you sad? Joseph says, just comment at the wrong time. Usually he reads it. What does that mean? Matthew says, why is my right eye smaller than my left eye? I mean, I think eyes are usually basically the same size. They just appear differently because of like your skull. Holly says, what has life taught you? Nobody's perfect. Dor says, you are so cute. Okay. Blessing says, Don Dick. Okay. HP says, what do you think about LGBT? Happy for them. Yor says, nobody's perfect. That's good for content. What do you mean by that? Gabriel says, what's up, Donald? Hello, Gabriel. Chandler says, do you play with your right nut to make the left one jealous? No. Sarah says, you kind of look and sound like the actor who plays Chuck Bass. Okay. Big J says, Bill Gates is a menace to society. Okay. Jeremy says, can't find your Instagram, god damn it. Stop trying to find it. Femboy says, if you were a furry, what would be your persona? I don't want to think about that. Nicole says, did you know they put hair in bread to preserve it and keep its form? Hair? Hair from like an animal? Rico says, what would you do if someone recognized you in public? If they came up to me and said hi, I would say hi back, and I imagine that it would be a nice, cordial thing. William says, hey, Don Benitez, can I ask you numerous questions? Yes. Ever says, bread has the same chemicals as couch cushions. That's weird. Fool says, everyone reading this has lost the game. What? Gone says, biggest insecurity. No comment. Big says, bro, get some sleep, my mans. You're working hard. Not yet. William says, How do you keep your hair soft? I don't intentionally keep my hair this way. It just comes out this way. Window says, that no comment shit ain't gonna fly around here. I mean, I'm the boss, so what are you gonna do about it? Don't swap me. Redford says, favorite movie? Eyes Wide Shut. Door says, why don't you do a BL series? I will definitely watch it. What's a BL? Mystery says, if you found 10,000, do you keep it? I would try to find the original owner, but I would feel sad about giving it away. Michael says, my hair is falling out, but my faith in Jesus is strong. Okay. Flick says, if you were an animal, what animal would you be? Orangutan. Flex says, oh, I already read that. Gabriel says, is it gay to kiss a woman as women like dicks? What? Window says, a Sasquatch. Okay. Door says, BL means boys love drama, romance between boys. I'm still confused as to what that is. Ethan says, dog, get a better setup. A better setup? Yeah, I'd like that. That'll coming soon. Mo says, the photos. Do you possess the photos? What photos? Maverick says, femboy or tomboy? If I had to choose, I guess tomboy. Window says, I sub bro, I will catch you another time. Bye, Window. Flex says, are you posting every day? Am I streaming every day? Yeah. Jacqueline says, I have a nice story. One day I lost my purse at a train station. I got called and realized I had left it there. All my money was still there. You lost your purse and someone alerted you about it. That's nice of them. Mystery says, don't get a typical streamer room, they're lame. Yeah, I'll try not to do that. Femboy says, do you believe in the supernatural, like UFOs, ghosts, or the Mothman? No. Ever says, this definitely wouldn't work out on YouTube Shorts without more cowbell. Okay. Keo says, what's your favorite conspiracy theory? No comment. Dylan says, you have the eyelashes of an angel. Thank you. It's Gabriel says, is it gay to kiss a woman as women like dicks? I don't know what you mean. Door says, BL means two boys, drama bro, no female. Okay, it's like a gay drama romance thing. I mean, I'm not gay, so I don't think I would fit in that. Jack says, does your tuxedo have dry clean only fans? What? Rico says, is it gay to stroke your own junk? No. Robert says, do you jerk off before going to bed? No comment. Ashley says, second favorite Kubrick movie? A Clockwork Orange. Jay says, look behind you. Please, I saw something. There's nothing behind you. Mystery says, I just mean with all the lights, your correct setup is more real. Yeah, I've thought that same thought too. I'll try to have an interesting original background. Don says, what's a good quality about you? I try to be honest. Maverick says, what's the philosophy you live by? The only thing I do know is that I know nothing. Fire says, he's not like me. Okay. Michael says, because they will surround Israel to take land Jesus. What? Grandmaster says, why are you crying? I'm not crying. Trant says, a 72 is a 69er with 3 people watching. I don't get it. Freak says, you ever listen to Who's on First by Abbott and Costello? No, I don't know what that is. Pretty Boy says, does your penis secrete pre-cum before it explodes? No comment. Firestar says, I don't watch TV, and I haven't watched the show, but for some reason you remind me of Twilight. That's not a show, it's a movie. Door says, I am a boy, and I find you too cute. Okay. Femboy says, what's your favorite winter sport? Skiing, snowboarding, hockey? Well, if I had to choose, skiing. Maverick says, how do you conquer phone and social media addiction? Being employed. I'm not too sure. DJ says Illuminati. Yes. Trant says, can I add you on PSN? No. Stomp says, thanks for touching your hair for that long. Sorry. Pretty Boy says, can I come tonight and suck your hard throbbing cock? No. Danny says, honesty goes a long way. Yeah. Put says, I taught my dog a new trick. I taught it to pick up my poops when we go for walks. Your dog picks up your poops? That's unbelievable. Arturo says, hello, dude bro. Hello. Ben says, yo, dude's been ignoring me. Sorry. Stomp says, Pretty Boy is really in heat tonight. What? Ashley says, I worked with Kathy Bates and Keanu Reeves. Cool. Keo says, what the hell, bro? I'm trying to have a convo. Just tell me a conspiracy theory that you find interesting. I think conspiracy theories are either incorrect or futility. Melissa says, what level of the light are you? What does that mean? Mr. Dark says, love your streams. Thank you. Jeremy says, Dawn, have you ever tried to lick your own nipples? No. Ashley says, I've never heard anyone say, Kathy, lol, lol, lol. What? Watchdog says, your lighting feels off today. Maybe it is. I mean, it is different from what my previous streams have had. Tane says, Team Jacob for the win. You're against me? Okay. Stomp says, being in the heat is a term that refers to being sexually aroused, typically for animals. Okay. Ben says, how to get girls, bro? Go on a dating app. Just says, reason for this? There's no meaningful reason. Mr. Dark says, I have a feeling you put makeup to hide your tired eyes. I don't use makeup. Jack Frost says, what's 3 cubed? 9. D says, I can hold my breath for 87 seconds. 87 seconds, you can hold your breath. That's cool. I don't think I can do that. D says, I can count to 500,000. That's cool. Everett says, conspiracy theories are investigations into conspiracies. Yeah, I guess that technically is true. Purple says, would you rather live without the internet or without your closest friend? Without the internet. Anonymous says, this guy is young Justin Bateman's doppelganger. Do you mean Patrick Bateman? Meppin says, it takes courage to be honest with yourself. Yeah. Christian says, you're boring, mate. Okay. Baby says, is it me or is his head huge? My head is big. I says, how do you create infinite money? A bunch of credit cards. Femboy says, would you accept immortality if you couldn't opt out? If I couldn't opt out, I don't know what you mean. Rico says, how long have you been live for? Something like 2 hours. Justin says, you look like a boy mid-transition. Okay. David says, if there's no God, no good or evil. If there's no God, evil will never be punished. Okay. D says, can you cook? Yeah, but not a lot of things. Duck says, why don't you have a beard? I like clean shaven. Ashley says, that just means he looks gorgeous. Mid-transition, laughing my ass off lame. Okay. Rico says, should I off myself? No, don't do that. Magical says, Pinocchio's nose grows when he lies. Your head grows big from these questions. Okay. Blessing says, kitchen ass neighbor. Okay. Everett says, the Fibonacci sequence proves God is real. The Christian God. PE says, getting laid tomorrow, what position should I choose? You choose for yourself. D says, when I'm home alone, I pretend to be paraplegic. Okay. Femboy says, would you accept immortality if you were unable to die under any circumstances, even if you wanted to, or if the planet were destroyed? Would I accept immortality if I was immortal? I guess I would have to. Let says, are you okay? Yes. Jamin says, math is God. I can understand that. Snowert says, yes, but I only know how y'all are free. What? Rico says, reads comments. Okay. Yeah, that's what I do. Magic says, were you in my backyard last night? No. I think you're talking about, Gerbel. Rico says, have you played Cyberpunk? No. Enough says, address the allegations, Don. They're really nasty. What allegations? Keo says, wait a minute. How is Eyes Wide Shut your favorite movie? And you don't fuck with any conspiracies? I think it makes sense. Doc says, cowgirl or doggy style? No comment. Jamin says, what software are you best at? Like Windows or Mac or Linux? I'm best at Windows. Epic says, I don't know if I'm gay. Okay. STR says, did someone for real just ask if he would pray to ChatGPT? Someone asked that? I don't pray at all. D says, you're my dog? Okay. Stomp says, the allegations are that you fart in the car and roll the windows up on a really hot day? No. Purple says, would you rather live in a world with no art or no science? I mean, could art exist without science? Enough says, welcome back, Elliot Roger. I'm not like that guy at all. David D says, what's the longest you've ever streamed in one sitting? The longest stream I've done? I think it was 3 hours and like 1 minute, around there. Mr. Dark says, why do your eyes not shut fully? It might be a genetic thing. Leonard says, bro, you look like Teen Wolf. Okay. Femboy says, ever watch The Daily Show with Jon Stewart? Not really. Doc says, what was your favorite subject in school? History. Judgmental says, I got you, Epic. What? Jacob says, do you watch sports? No. Chunky says, English or Spanish? English. Shapeshifting says, I got some food and came back alive. Welcome back from the dead. Anonymous says, if you had to be a movie character forever, which one would you choose? I don't know. Is there a character you would choose? I says, staring at walls is my hobby. Okay. Enough says, welcome back, Chris Chan. I'm not like Chris Chan either. D says, sometimes I chase small kids at the park just to induce fear of strangers. You shouldn't do that, even though you have good intentions. BV says, would you date Doja Cat? I forget who she is. Like, I know she's a musician, but I don't really know. Jacqueline says, wow, good question. I'd choose the character Penelope Cruz from the movie Vanilla Sky. Huh. Okay. Chevy says, why don't you believe in God? Why should I? Anonymous says, I'd choose the Joker for you as your movie character. No, I don't want to hurt people. Hunter says, you need Jesus. I mean, I don't think he was divine, so I don't think I do need him. But I appreciate you trying to spread a message that's important to you. Stomp says, would you rather live right by the ocean or up on the mountains? Ocean. Shart says, Scalia to Rogers, upside down raindrop, head ass. What? Crispy says, you look like you need sleep or mental health support. Okay. Duck says, what's a part of history you loved? American Civil War. Shane says, maybe God got lost. That's an interesting sentence. Justin says, how tall are you? 5'7". Carlos says, Ka got a grown man head with a toddler body. I think it's the opposite. Jacob says, what's your favorite place you've traveled to? Well, one of my favorite places was the Redwoods. Dark says, how gay are you? Well, not gay enough to have intercourse with dudes. PE says, Don Twink admission. Okay. Dynamic says, I believe the national anthem should be replaced by the Top Gun main theme song. No, I don't agree with that. Shar says, I'm pooping while occasionally making eye contact with you. I guess that does happen since I'm live streaming. That's quite the weird fact. Duck says, I saw the face of God and it was weeping. Interesting sentence. Justin says, does Dawn love America? I don't know. Pretty Boy says, do you struggle inserting the head into a twink anus without lube? I don't do that at all. Jeremy says, I saw just dig your dick. What? JR says you're a alpha. Okay. Shart says sub because for some reason it's refreshing to not hear pretend hype and BS. Thank you. Carlos says, this neighbor reading like it hurts. It doesn't hurt. I feel kind of comfortable actually. I just put myself into a different position and I feel pretty relaxed. Keo says, do your parents know you're gay? No. D says tomato paste. Okay. Justin says racial slur 2029. Okay. Steve says I have an infection on my chest and it hurts sometimes. Sorry to hear. Enough says stop caressing your body. Very inappropriate. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Seems unprofessional to do on the air. Keo says, how do we feel about these clankers? I don't mind them. Don't call them clankers. Linda says love is the answer. Yeah. Lenny says hi Don, wave emoji. hello, Linny. Sek says hi, hello, Sek. Chunky says, I saw the face of God, and it was Don Benitez. I'm not God. Justin says, my kid loved your show. Your child loves my stream? Okay. D says, you have been invited to Null. There is no password for this network. Okay. Dynamic says, get a girlfriend, brother. Okay. Ryan says, who is this jackass? My name is Don. Boof says, you look like you just hit 7 blinkers. I didn't. 78 says, if evil is prevalent, then why doesn't God exist? What? Enough says, Don, this is your parole officer. Stop fidgeting with your ankle monitor. You are not my parole officer. Magic says, have you ever been to Death Valley? No. Boof says, do you bounce on it? Nope. GI says, God exists. He's absent, though. Doesn't that have a name? Doesn't it start with a D? Like, the idea that God exists, but he never interferes with the world? Isn't there like a name to that, and it starts with a D? Can someone tell me? Justin Stewart says, deism? Yes, that's what I was thinking, thank you. Anonymous says, Chris is right. Can we talk about 3i Atlas? I don't really care about that. Everett says, evil isn't prevalent. If there was only evil, we wouldn't be here. Huh. PE says, Donatesism? Huh, okay. Linda says, your beauty heals. Okay. Magic says, I rebuke you in the name of Joseph Smith and holy underwear. Okay. Sek says, can you play piano? Only a very, very, very tiny bit. Jacqueline says, I'm into astronomy. It's literally just a comet. There's no conspiracy. You don't think it's aliens or something? You just think it's a comet? You think it's obvious that it's a comet? I agree with you. Jack says, if I rob a bank and get away with it, did I do something wrong or did I do everything right? Both in different ways. I says, should I hit a bong at a funeral? No. Enough says, can we talk about Don's gynomastia? Maybe I have that because I eat too much fast food. I don't know if I have it. Pretty Boy says, can I catch you with my mouth, with my open mouth, the milk coming from your what? Jan says, hi Don. Hello, Jan. Artem says, being the most famous spy also makes you the worst spy. Yeah. Keo says, yo, Don Julio, why act all coolio when you can act foolio? Huh. Krish says, should I do LSD at a funeral? No, that would be disrespectful. Duck says, God created us and we killed it. Okay. 78 says, God is the opposite of evil. If evil exists, then so does God. Okay. PE says, yeah, that's what I said a moment ago. Femboy says, do you think that we're living in a simulation or that's a possibility? I mean, I don't really think about it. Like, what's the point of thinking about it? It is what it is. Misty says, fuck that. Who's then why is still living? What? DDA says, crazy, you love it? Love what? Yoda says, is the moon racist because it's all white? No. David D says, it's not wrong to eat less developed animals like chickens. Then why would it be wrong for aliens to eat us? Ooh, that's a good question. Stomp says, if Jesus was really God or Son of God, then he would have known he would have died and gone to heaven, so there was no sacrifice in dying for us. That's an interesting point. Rico says, Ethan Crumbly the second here. Your dad is named Ethan Crumbly? Okay. Duck says, have you ever had true love? No comment. Krish says, should I do coke with hookers? No. Simu says, do you like bread? Yes. Rubber says, why is it so dark? I usually have my light off when it's nighttime and I'm on the computer, so it's just natural. Shane says, Jesus got stoned. He did. J-Man says, Einstein or Newton? Einstein or Newton? Newton. Enough says, Don is a nice guy, y'all. Yeah, he said something racist. He doesn't shower frequently, but he has a good heart. Thank you, but I'm not racist, and I shower frequently. Magic says Jesus got arrested. That's true. No one says, I have a thermal oil leak. Do you know anything about pumps? No, sorry. Femboy says, Christians canonically cannibalize Jesus every Sunday with the blood and body of Christ. Yeah, I guess that's true. The bread that they eat, it's actually his body. They eat it. Yeah, I guess so. Lilo says, Dookie Bookie or Stinky Dinky? Stinky Dinky. Nape says, shut the fuck up. No. Justin says, Don is a great insert slur here. No, don't insert a slur there. Trab says, bedtime, brother? Not yet. PE says, my house smells like gas. Time to microwave tinfoil. You should be concerned that your house smells like gas. Jacqueline says, do you find icebreakers awkward, like in meetings? Yeah, I think many people do. Pretty Boy says, are you naked down there? No. Rubber says, do you remember me? Sorry, no. Justin says, do you believe aliens have visited Earth? No. Ryan says, why don't you not like black people? I'm not racist. Krish says, should I pregnant my wife? should you impregnate your wife? Don't leave that up to me. That's a really important decision. Eric says, do you sniff heinies? No, I'm not a dog. PE says, real ones. No, he's wearing 22 by 30 gray jeans. Gray jeans, but that's an incorrect measurement. Magic says, favorite ice cream? Strawberry. Not that way says, bro, get a life. You still here? I am still here. Femboy says, do you feel lucky to exist as a human being since it's such a statistical anomaly? I mean, if you point out the fact that it's a statistical anomaly, yeah, I guess I feel pretty lucky. Amion says, Don, did he know that Jesus was tortured, beaten, spat on, and mocked, then hanged? And he did that for us? Yeah, I've heard that story 1,000 times. Despite that, I appreciate you telling me about that, but I just don't believe in it. I says, I put an iPad that has your stream on it on a full body pillow and sleep peacefully while hugging it. Creepy. PE says, OMG, did Jesus die? Huh. Wolfpack says, Jesus was created by man to make money. I don't know about that. Andrew says, hi. Hello, Andrew. Ruwani says, why do you want to be a YouTuber? Because I was brainwashed. I grew up watching YouTube, so, you know, it's only natural that I do this. Trap says, do you stream on your laptop or phone? Phone. Doc says, what's your opinion on the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth? I hate them. Just kidding. I don't have any opinion. Cowboy says, could Jesus beat Jordan at basketball? Probably not. No, definitely not. Because Jesus never played basketball. JK says, do you know Neo-National Socialist is alive and well in the Czech Republic? I did not know that. Misty says, what the fuck? Okay. Eric says, do you enjoy sitting on Santa's lap? No, I don't enjoy sitting on a stranger's lap. Stomp says, plenty of other people have been beaten, hanged, etc. People have gone through worse. Yeah, I guess so. Jeff says, go on your man, ye. What? Christine says, hello everyone. Hello, Christine. Femboy says, do you like snakes? No. Bella says, do you know what Roblox is? Yes. Native says, least favorite race? I'm not racist. Krish says, did your penis ever stuck in your trousers zipper? I can't recall that happening. Joff says, I'm back, Don. Demon emoji. Welcome back, Joff. Ethan says, Don, remember me? Sorry, I don't. AK says, do you play Dark Souls? No. Zachary says, mine's 100-meter dash. What? Native says, are you a pitcher or a catcher? Catcher. Krish says, should I bondage myself tonight? No. Anonymous says, many people want to know what you do for a living. I don't feel comfortable saying. Hugh says, lol, 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 lol. Okay. Jake says, are you Christian? No. Terry says, have you ever been set on fire? Thankfully not. Native says, bro said catcher. Is that like gay slang? Are you gay and you're using gay slang? Krish says, should I beat my meat tonight? You shouldn't. Master says, have you ever been in a plane crash? No. AK says, I've been set on fire. It was pretty damn hot. Wow, that's crazy. I hope you're not disfigured. Regina says, I haven't been set on fire, but I have fell out of a tree. That doesn't sound that bad, unless you were really high up in the tree. Steven says, my wife's boyfriend hates my cooking. Okay. Jacqueline says, yes, pitcher and catcher is used both in gay and BDS lifestyle. I see. It makes sense. Austin says, is this AI? No. Bella says, hey guys. Hello, Bella. Stomp says, catcher means you are the person being penetrated. Yes, yes, I get it. BLM says, you'll never be American. Okay. Ethan says, how can you buy a store in a store that full of products? What? PE says, Don's still in the dugout. Okay. Anonymous says, Gein or Dahmer? Neither. Shane says, he who is without a rock gets stoned. Okay. JK says, have you ever seen one up close? A what? Duck says, how can you read the comments if they move constantly? I just have my eyes follow the comment as they go up, or I like use my mouse to go back up to the comment that I was reading. J Rattle says, I smell a snitch. Okay. Dahmer says, I'm having a party and you're invited. Jeffrey Dahmer is inviting me to a party. Okay. Stomp says, at Femboy, we'll find out. You're telling Femboy in the chat that you're gonna find out something? Okay. Jay says, I smell a snitch. You're telling me that again? Okay. Master says, have you fallen off a bike? Yeah. I have a scar on my hand from doing that. Duck says, I have opinion on the killing of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Wish it hadn't happened. Anonymous says, current favorite song. Well, one of my favorite songs is Red Dead Redemption 2 PlayStation 4 dynamic theme song. Krish says, should I get breastfed by my wife? No. Misty says, okay, so you won't say live? What? Sola says, I am back, Don Benitez. Hello, Sola. Anonymous says, okay, gamer. Okay. Dahmer says, so you prefer Red Dead 1 over Red Dead 2? Yes. Odie says, hi. Hello, Odie. Anonymous says, you're drinking Coke at this hour? Yeah. I says, is this a Coca-Cola ad? No. Germany says, do you have a boyfriend? Nope. Stomp says, Coke or Pepsi? Coke. J Rattle says, snitch? Okay. Misty says, now I said live opposite of dead? Okay. Mister says, Juden? What? Flick says, I really want to donate to you, but I'm broke. There's another problem. I'm not even monetized. JK says, do you have a girlfriend? No comment. Dahmer says, was it the simplicity of Red Dead 1? I don't know. It was just the atmosphere of the map, the combination of the map and the music, the ambient music. Odie says, what's 1 plus 1? 2. Stomp says, now you won't be able to fall asleep. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Anonymous says, you should monetize yourself. I want to. I'm just waiting on YouTube. Christina says, are you religious or spiritual? I'm not religious. I'll say that. Italo says, rip New York. You think Mamdani is gonna kill New York? Okay. Ryan says, man, I premature ejaculated today. Okay. Krish says, can you say blah blah blah? No. Cam says, do you have a dog? Maybe. Nutella says, where are you from? North America. Italo says, 9/11, don't you remember how Muslims act? No comment. Enough says, does your wife know about your affair? No comment. Chin says, can you say my name, please? I kind of did there. Eric says, do you ride a bicycle without a seat? I use a seat. Bella says, guys, why isn't he answering my comment? Do you know what K-pop Demon Hunters is? I know what it is. It's a animated show on Netflix. Yeah, I haven't watched it though. King says, do you play with your foreskin? No. Nutella says, how old are you? I'm an adult. That's all I'll say. D-Town says, talk about aliens. I don't care about aliens. I don't care. Rubber Ducky says, you're 22? Possibly. Chunky says, Dawn, my girlfriend cheated on me with you. No, she didn't. You're good. None says, sup, Dawn? Hello, None. Tay says, the guy above you streaming only knows the word fucking. Like, you were scrolling and the guy just a moment ago, all he could say was fucking. Okay. Rachel says, you're getting more comfortable streaming, it looks like. I am. Stomp says, guys, he is cut. He said that before, but it could have been a lie. Okay. Tom says, how long have you been streaming for? This stream, it feels like 3 hours. Michael says, Dawn, I have to wear 2 shirts. Benitez is lawyer material. Oh, you're talking about me? 2 shirts? I'm lawyer material? Okay. Tay says, bro, he was saying fuck, fucking, fucking. I see. Bella says, tell me what to draw. How about you take inspiration from medieval art? Krish says, coke or cocaine? Coke. Flick says, what's your favorite song? A song I like is Pete Standing Alone. Shapeshifting says, Sexy Spunk says, oh, my penis is big. Okay. Bella says, I will not take inspiration from medieval art. Then why did you ask me? Rafe says, what is your favorite bird? One of them is the great Potu bird. Chris says, if your asshole and ball bag were both itchy at the same time, which do you scratch first? Neither. Bella says, I guess I will draw something else. Maybe I'll draw some ice cream. Yes, I'm gonna draw some ice cream. Okay. Stomp says, balls are easier to reach. I guess that makes sense. Krish says, cocaine or cocaine. I guess I gotta choose cocaine. Steven says, I make chainmail. Like chainmail from Minecraft. Don't you use fire to make chainmail? Anita says, OMG bro, just sleep please. Soon. Cumhan says, your eye looks unhealthy. Thanks for reminding me that. I gotta be concerned about that. Nothing Too Serious says, yo bro, you remember me? I remember your name. Eric says, when did he make the transition? I'm not transgender. Flex says, what the fuck is song? You didn't catch it. I said Pete Standing Alone. Pete Standing Alone. Nothing Too Serious says, I changed my profile picture. I wouldn't remember. Charles says, remember what Rick James said about cocaine. Cocaine is hell of a drug. Okay. Flex says, what the fuck is that song? Are you listening to it and are like just confused by it, like it's bad? Stomp says, have you ever played Minecraft survival mode just by yourself? I've done that. Flex says, yes. You're freaked out by the song. Okay. Ethan says, what the fuck is your size or inches? How long is my penis? I'm gonna keep that private. PE says YouTube emoji. Okay. Cowboy says, have you tried Call of Duty Zombies? Yes, I have. I have played all of the Black Ops 2 Zombies maps. Oli says, does your starfish blow kisses? I don't know what that means, and I don't want to find out. Shapeshifting says, hello Trim YN, you trim? What does trim mean? Dr. Max says, do you like hip hop? Not in particular. I'm Dead says, anyways, I like femboys. Okay. Mike says, I heard Erica Kirk single. Okay. Anonymous says, I listened to the song Pete Standing Alone. It's okay. I really like the beginning. Eric says, do you piss on your balls? No. Oli says, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. Okay. Jacqueline says, Dawn, if you go offline, please make sure you come back at the same time tomorrow because of my work shift, please. No promises, but I hope things align. JK says, have you ever shot a rifle or handgun? No comment. Ethan says, hey, are you 6 inches or 1.5 inches? As I said, I'm gonna keep that private. Shapeshifting says, trim means cool, swagged out, monster, good things. Okay, I see. Am I trim? Am I cool? I don't know. Stomp says, you look a bit like you're having withdrawal symptoms. I mean, I'm kind of tired, and something I do when I'm tired is I become very reactive and like move a lot because it helps me stay awake. Rubber says, I'm going to school now, goodbye. Bye, Rubber. Ethan says, what's your favorite food except the Big Mac? Probably Eggs Benedict. Hascat says, he's definitely not withdrawing. Okay. Oli says, what's your favorite Kung Fu Panda movie? The first one. That's quite the contrast in comments. The one about the starfish, and now, what's your favorite Kung Fu Panda movie? Rafe says, do you want to post actual videos apart from streaming? Maybe, but not in the foreseeable future. Rosie says, suitcase emoji. Okay. Travis says, do you have a favorite book? Schopenhauer, Wisdom of Life. Cowboy says, you ever dance to the YMCA song? No. Jacqueline says, Dawn has a great memory, everyone. Thank you. Void says, P. Diddy misses you. I don't know P. Diddy personally. Rubber says, I'm going to school. Bye, Rubber. Dahmer says, are you an insomniac, or do you stay up on your own volition? My own volition. Shapeshifting says, Israel is not a country. No comment. Colette says, what is going on here? Me reading your chat messages. Chandre says, are you in university? I'm gonna keep that private. AK says, if you could move anywhere in the world, where would it be? Maybe San Fran, New Orleans, maybe New York. Legendary says, Michael, is that you? My name is not Michael. PE says, drinking soda after brushing your teeth is freaky. Yeah, but I'm gonna brush my teeth again. I only brushed my teeth a little bit ago, just so that they would be more presentable to the stream. Shapeshifting says, best place your cum landed. No comment. Bella says, drinking soda after brushing your teeth is not creepy, but don't do it. Okay. Symbiote says, do you like electric toothbrush? I used to use one, but now I use a Disney Frozen toothbrush that has an image of Anna on it. Mark says, Kamala Harris is drunk. Okay. Bella says, I said I don't do it. What? Ethan says 5 times 5, 25. Addie says, do you believe in ghosts? No. Randy says, Dawn, what is your favorite Tarantino movie? I mean, I haven't watched his movies. I've only seen Pulp and Reservoir. I guess Pulp then. I've also seen Kill Bill, actually. Fred says your face is a facade. Every face is a facade. Shapeshifting says, should the U.S. keep funding bombing of children relentlessly in foreign countries? I mean, I'll say that I hope innocent children don't ever die. Stomp says, if that Disney Anna toothbrush doesn't say sociopath, I don't know what does. I didn't buy it, like, voluntarily. Like, I wasn't at the store and, like, what toothbrush should I get? Oh, that one's cool. It was, someone gave it to me. It was at hand. Kara says, hi, bro. Hello, Kara. Christopher says, drink gas. No, that's unhealthy. Lit says, you seem cursed. Okay. Reformed says, have you seen the new Don Cheadle? The new Don Cheadle? Did he really change up his appearance recently or something? Mo says, bro, go to sleep. I will soon. Eric says, hey. Hello, Eric. DJ says, what is your question? I don't have a question to pose to the chat. Cycle says, pulsating hard thick. Okay. Shapeshifting says, should the U.S. keep funding the relentless bombing of adults in foreign nations? I'll say something similar to what I said last time. I hope innocent people don't die. Colette says, are you bored? No. Cycle says, I wish Italians were real. They're real. Wade says, what happened to your stream earlier? I don't know, my last stream, everything looked normal. The stream looked normal, my chat looked normal. The only thing that wasn't normal was the fact that everyone was saying F, stream dead, and the viewer count was plummeting. Bella says, wave emoji. Okay. Ethan says, wow, ignoring people. Sorry. I says, would you walk up to me in real life? Probably not. I mean, you're basically asking would I walk up to a random stranger for no reason. Hazy says, this is pretty entertaining. Glad you find it that way. Anonymous says, shag, marry, kill. Sydney Sweeney, definitely not kill, definitely not marry. Well, I don't want to have intercourse with her. None of it. I says sad face emoji. Okay. Zach says, have you ever seen another man's junk in person? Thinking emoji. No. Rosie says, is it hard being a YouTuber? No. Symbiote says, do you enjoy Assassin's Creed games? I played the Assassin's Creed game set in the Revolutionary War. That was fun. She says Mexican Elvis. Okay. Shannon says, hi. Hello, Shannon. Shapeshifting says, Simon says, blood is the best meal for a billionaire. Okay. AK says Black Flag Assassin's Creed is fun. I haven't played that one. I'm pretty sure that's the one where you um, pilot a ship. William says, yo, bro. Hello, William. Mind says, what is your favorite game? Well, one game out of the dozens of games I played is Fortnite. Heavy says, why you never read my questions? Because there's too many comments. Bella says, banana, banana, banana. I like bananas. Okay. Colonizer says, I'm addicted to gooning and can't stop, bro. My cock's gonna implode. Okay. And crazy profile picture, by the way. PE says, I'm a baby piglet and I can't find mama. What should I do? You should talk to someone, because you're not a pig, you're a human. Eric says, do you enjoy smelling your own farts? No. Mind says, what's your favorite movie? Well, a movie that I like is If, directed by Lindsay Anderson. Ethan says, leaving chat now. Bye, Ethan. Stomp says, in Black Flag, you're an ass in pirate. What? Oh, an assassin pirate? Ass pirate? Huh. Kathy says, where are you from? I'm in NC. I'm not gonna say where. I am in North America, though. David D says, Black Flag is the best one. It's relaxing to sail the sea. I see. Paco says, do you take it up the booty? No. Shapeshifting says, can I fondle your body to check for cancer lumps? No. Bella says, JK literally called me weird. JK in the chat is calling you weird, Bella? Okay. Dominic says, just got back from Denny's. It was good. Nice. Colette says, do you make money from this? Not yet. PE says, cry like a baby? No. Yao says, have you ever had blood come out of your poo hole from wiping too hard? No. Tatic says, have you ever had oral sex with yourself? Nope. Zach says, do you like the front door or the back door when you're with a woman? No comment. Anchor says, how do you seek India-America relationships? What do you mean? Connor says, are you getting tired of these ridiculous questions? Need something more mature and productive? I mean, I'm not. Colette says, this is very strange. Okay. Chandler says, if the river runs red, it's time to take the brown path. Okay. Kick says, what type of Asian are you? I'm not Asian. Bella says, don't blink until you read your month. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. I didn't align my blink with my birthday month. I just read your chat. David says, what subject do you like to talk about? Well, when it comes to streaming, I don't have a favorite subject. I will say, though, that I like being surprised and talking about a variety of things. PE says, will you invest in the autofellatio industry? I don't think there's an industry surrounding autofellatio. Smile says, do you like songs? Yes. Only Game says, bruh, I'm about to go to the bus station. Okay. Jacqueline says, why am I holding my hand up, mirroring yours? Huh. That's interesting. Type says, did you brush your teeth today? Yes. PE says, bust station. Bust with a T, bust station. Okay. Anchor says, hello, bro. Greetings from India. Hello, Anchor. Dark says, I'm transgender and my family hates me. Sorry to hear that. Matteo says, hi. Hello, Matteo. Steve says, you must be exhausted. A little bit, but it's just because I'm sleepy, not because I've been streaming too long. Streaming is easy. Skylar says, are you gay? No. Bella says, this emoji? Okay. Hazy says, do you like tortas? Sure. Rich says, stop touching your eye, laughing out loud. Thanks for the reminder. Shapeshifting says, advice for a transgender person? Stay strong in the face of people not liking you because you're transgender. Kat Nor says, do you like maths? Not really. Yun Yun says, thoughts on popular people humor? I mean, I want to say that I'm not a fan of it, but I am. I enjoy it. PE says, take it like a man. Okay. Fuck says, who's gooning right now? Not me. Both of my hands are here. M says, do it jiggle? No comment. Shapeshifting says, you ever done things to a little person? No comment. Wade says, you ever played hacky sack? What is that? Is that when you are in a sack and you like jump like a race? Halt says, what's with the cis questions? What's a cis question? Ruin says, are you American? Maybe. Richard says, why was your answer no comment and not no? Because it's hard to explain. AK says, can you do this face? One eye bigger than the other emoji? I'm not gonna try to do that, sorry. David D says, what subject do you like to talk about outside of streaming? I mean, I don't really like talking just for this. I mean, I don't know, maybe video editing. I like talking about that. Kick says, since you're Asian, what is your favorite Asian snack? I'm not Asian. Ash says, do you know about Three Eye Alice? Yeah. Bella says, smile if you like bananas. I like bananas, but I'm not gonna smile. Shapeshifting says, can you edit my wedding after I send you some files? No. Wade says, hacky sack is a little sandbag game. You kick it around with friends in a circle? Huh, I can't recall this game. JK says, what's your favorite Mexican food? The taco. Simon says, did you sexually assault your sister? No. Rich says, laughing out loud. Okay, I don't know what's funny. Fuck says, how have you never heard of hacky sack? I mean, maybe if you showed me a picture of people playing it, I would be like, oh, that game, but from the description, it's not popping up in my head. Anchor says, bro, do you have any interest in political science? Political science? No. D says, well, we can't show you a picture. Yeah, you can't. I could just search it up right now, but I'm gonna focus on the stream. Ashley says, what the hell is a hacky sack? Like, kicking someone in the balls? Apparently it's a game. Yun Yun says, what's your favorite music genre? Rock. Tatic says, what part of Asia are you from? I don't think I'm from Asia. Jacqueline says they do it in the Twilight movie. I think they may be referring to that. Do they? Donna says hacky sack was popular back in the 90s. Okay. Anchor says, what are you studying? I'm not gonna say. Peiko says, how many baby mamas do you have? 0. T says, how long are you streaming today? I like to keep the length of my streams private. Like, yeah. Richard says, like, professionally, get help, brother. I'm fine, Richard. Thank you. Shapeshifting says, first thing you'd do as a president? I really don't know. I mean, I don't think about politics too often nowadays. Jacqueline says, yes, there's a scene where Bella is sitting with her friends at school outside, and in the background they are playing hacky sack. Okay. Ethan says, Dawn, not sleeping early can affect your health. Having a poor sleep schedule is bad for you? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Dahmer says, I am a transformer, and people ask me about hacky sack. Okay. Odie says hi. Hello, Odie. Crankster says CSGO or Valorant. I don't play either. If I were to play either, I probably would play Valorant so I could grief my team. Fuck says Battlefield 3. You like Battlefield 3? Okay. Simon says, have you tried K? What's K? JK says, Annie, I have taken the blue pill. Okay. Skater says, $100. Okay. Odie says, do you remember me when I was here from 1 hour? I think so. I think you said hi an hour ago. Stomp says, Butthole Field 3. Okay. Rich says, it's way too late to be drinking corn syrup. Disappointed face emoji. You're probably right. Shapeshifting says, somebody send me $1 or $2. Well, I'm not gonna. Sorry. Chandler says, go to bed. Not yet. David D says, hacky sack is mini volleyball with no net. Huh. Bella says, hey Dawn, say that you saw me wearing sunglasses and a random hat on a sunny day. Okay. Crankster says, Ma drilla gold, gold, gold. Okay. Fire says, if you ever feel useless, just remember this dude exists. Okay. Anchor says, God bless you, bro. I am from India. Thank you for your like third God bless. Galaxia says laughing emoji. Okay. No says okay. Okay. Tatic says, would you rather fuck a dog or your grandma? Neither can't be an answer. Look, I don't want to think about that. I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. Randy says, do you think Richard and Fire are gaylords for talking trash to you? No. I says, why do you ignore your mental health? I don't ignore it. Forsaken says, why do you look visually disappointed at us? I mean, I see a lot of disturbing things in the chat, so why shouldn't I? Nature Boy says, do you sleep in a coffin like Dracula? No. Wade says, hippies played hacky sack back in the day. Also, hacky sack isn't gay. Okay. King Julian says, if E.T. showed up at your door and asked to taste the tip of your penis or die, what do you choose? Again, I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. Ethan says your eyes are redding. They're getting redder. That's bad. Yeah, I gotta do something about my eyes. Gabriel says, what do you do for fun outside the house? Go to the movie theater. Yao says, you're now my favorite trans streamer. I'm trans. I'm not trans. Shallow says, hi, my name is Racial Slur. Okay. Richard says, why is everyone ignoring the Epstein files? I don't know. Not Comedic says, what happened? Just watch the live stream back if you're really curious. Dahmer says, always welcome at the 666 bar in hell. I don't believe in hell. Azai says, read my message. There you go. Fuck says, have you seen the Chainsaw Man movie? Is that an anime movie? I haven't seen it. I have seen the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Eric says, best content on YouTube, much love. Thank you. Paco says, condoms or raw dog? No comment. Chandler says, because Biden didn't release them for 4 years. You're talking about the Epstein files? I'm a bit lost. David says, dude, you got a big dome. I got a big head. Yeah, I do. Cycle says, inverted rectum. Okay. Shapeshifting says, free Biden, free Trump, free Obama. Okay. Tatic says, are you on the Epstein list? No. Yun Yun says, can you laugh, please? No, just be patient. Alex says, why your face looks bigger than your body? I don't know why it appears that way to you. Ethan says, how did you get the dedication to start a YouTube channel? I looked at YouTube live streams and saw that bad live streams were getting a lot of views, so I knew I could be kind of successful. Carl says, you have a leaky colostomy bag? What's that? Is that a fecal thing? Simon says, my sister had a virginal prolapse from being fisted at the dog races. Okay. David says, ever snowboard? No. Connor says, Dawn, are you on estrogen? Nope. Isaiah says, is it night for you? Yeah. Chandler says, that's wild. The fisting thing? Okay. No says, you are wasting a collective of 1,000 hours right now. That might be true. Moon says, feel like my soul is leaving my body and shit, bro. I hope, if that's a bad feeling, then I hope you leave it soon. FJ says, why do you like wasting so much time? I mean, it's in human nature. Why do people watch YouTube shorts, TikTok, YouTube videos, Twitch live streams? Dahmer says, just a nibble. Jeffrey Dahmer is asking for just a nibble. No. Six says, hello from New Zealand. Hello, Six. Otis says, poop. Okay. Shapeshifting says, I am stuck in jail and watching this on a smuggled PS Vita from Iran. A smuggled PS Vita. Okay. Smile says, what activities make you feel good or uplifted? Activities with family members or friends. Eric says, good night, Dom. Good night, Eric. D says, he must live in North Korea. Okay. Bella says, what time is it? Please, please, please. I'm not going to say the time. Someone says, would you pretend to fight in Iraq if Desert Storm were to happen again? No. Rachel says, I get it now. We are the content. We are entertaining him. Yeah, I mean, I get quite the kick from this. Otis Batman says, Otis Batman. Cool. Oric says, I para-love you, Don. Huh. Thank you. Chandler says, we always were. Okay. D says, you definitely get a kick from this. You're saying it's obvious? Okay. Ethan says, lovey, lovey, handsome, handsome, Don, cool. Okay. Jacqueline says, yes, we are the content. Spot on. Okay. Ashley says, yep, we are entertaining him by gooning for him. I mean, I can't tell if you're masturbating. The camera only goes one way. Cycle says, most fuckable character from the Cars movie. No comment. Tatic says, we're all gooning to you. That's not true. Bella says, do you like cheese? Yeah. Simon says, it's goonception. Okay. Soul says, do you float? Yes. Shapeshifting says, hottest girl is the one in Zootopia and the Frozen sister. Okay. Levi says he likes kids. I like kids. Yeah, but not romantically or sexually. Roblox says I eat grass. Okay. Ethan says hi. Hello, Ethan, even though you've been here. Carl says fried moose lips. Okay. Black says, are you on any, snow? Cocaine? No. I'm just moving a lot so I don't fall asleep. Buster says, how do you feel about farming? It's useful. I'm glad that farming exists. Farming is a very important, like, technology tree thing for humans. Stomp says hottest Pokemon. No. I mean, I couldn't even say. I don't even know Pokemon. Mo says, bro, take your ass to bed. Not yet. Kaya says W speed. Okay. I says hottest Digimon. I'm not into Digimon either. Shapeshifting says Mewtwo, fine shit. Okay. Oric says, but you don't even eat fries from McDonald's. You don't care for farming. I care for farming. Roblox says, you should eat grass. It tastes like grass. No, that's why I would not eat grass. Long says, see, you don't sleep. I do sleep. You're wrong. Blasted says, good luck with any future prospects, G. Thank you. Art says, Latino. Yeah. Tactics says, ever thought of doing stand-up? No. Hawk says, job. I'm gonna keep that private. John Doe says, me fail English. That's impossible. Seems possible to me. Spamano says, would you rather eat Hulk's ass or fuck SpongeBob? Neither. Loss says, why do you look Mormon? The polo shirt. Funny Guy says, one morning I shot an elephant in my pajamas. How he got in my pajamas, I don't know. You shot an elephant that was wearing your pajamas? I don't believe that. Maximum says, thanks, smile. What? Rosie says, what would you rather? Chocolate or gummies? Gummies. JK says, you should go by Donnie. No, I dislike Donnie. Dahmer says, favorite sauce to put on your human? I'm not a cannibal like you, Dahmer. Roblox says, eat grass for dinner before you go to bed. No, I'm not gonna eat grass at all. Ethan says, why do you prefer Big Mac? Because it tastes good. Stomp says, I'm falling asleep. How on earth do you have the strength to stay awake, Dawn? I probably partly because of my sleep schedule. M says, imagine this is the last person you see before getting slimed out in Yugoslavia. I'm the last person someone getting killed in Yugoslavia sees. Imagine that. Okay. Buster says, how do I get 50 subs? Message everyone you know to subscribe. Shapeshifting says, I am on the Epstein list. My name is Donald Trump. I don't think you're Donald Trump. Roblox says, get your Big Mac to bed. Not yet. Ethan says something in Spanish. I don't know that language. Buster says, I have no friends. Just make YouTube shorts of yourself. Be real silly. Act crazy. I mean, I wouldn't do that because I think that's kind of degrading, but you can do that if you really want subs. Maximum says he can sleep, but he has a late sleep schedule. Yeah. Chandler says, are you on the hub? Pornhub? No. Fred says, go to bed, Spock boy. Not yet. BLM says your whole gene pool is just cheap labor. Okay. Shapeshifting says, sleep with me, Don, in my bed. No. I says my mom is a porn star. Okay. John Doe says, Fortnite era rise. Okay. Carl says, do you sleep in the coffin? Nope. Roblox says, good morning. Good morning. Amanda says, you are tough reading all this. Maybe, but I mean, all I'm doing is reading, so I'm not weightlifting. I'm not doing this in real life with a real crowd. It's just reading. Pulley says, are you okay? Yes. Buster says, would you give my channel a shout out? No. Nicole says, you know what the natural flavoring is in Coca-Cola? It's a preservative. It's ground up aborted fetuses. I think isn't that a myth? Al says you're gay. No, I'm not. Stomp says, watch over me, Don, while I doze off. Sorry, I'm not gonna do that. Skater Girl says, I want to cuddle and lick your earlobe. Okay. Get Back says, that seems very, very far-fetched with the coke. You're saying it seems like a myth? The fetuses thing? Ghost Samurai says, Mexican Coca-Cola, as yummy as Latina baddies. Okay. Janice says, there's some wacko people on you. Okay. James says, why the fuck do you do this to yourself? I mean, you act like this is a painful, like, thing. It's not. Soul says, my favorite gay trans content creator. Okay. Shapeshifting says, why is your body moving? I think I'm, like, overcompensating because I'm tired. Like, I'm tired, so I want to move, so I don't look sleepy. Anonymous says, I'm getting a new cat. What should I name it? I don't know. L says, how tight are you? I don't have a vagina. Ghost Samurai says, Don Benitez is the fucking man. Okay. Pooley says, name the cat Salami. You want that cat to be named Salami? I wouldn't name it Salami. I like non-silly names. Shapeshifting says, stop moving at all. I'm painting you. Just take a screenshot. Amanda says, cat is called Fireball. Do you want the cat to be named Fireball? Is that what you're saying? Truth says, when did you transition? I'm not transgender. Long Willie says, name the cat Fidel Castro. Huh. Kit Kat says, I'm sorry, but the questions, crying emoji. Yeah, I get crazy questions. Maximum says, Don, what's your favorite film? One of my favorite films is Deliverance. Jason says, Dawn, your stamina tonight is impressive. No Diddy. Yeah, I this might be the longest stream I've ever done. Maybe. Let me see. I think this might be the longest stream I've ever done. Amanda says, squeal like a pig. Okay. Soul says, where have you hid the Epstein files? I haven't hid them. Get Back says, oink, oink. Okay. Maximum says, ooh, Deliverance is a great film. Good answer. Okay. Brian says, bro, can you read my textbooks to me? I would remember all of it. Sorry, no, but thanks for the compliment. Oopsie says, Shark Boy. Okay. Bella says, say banana if you hate TikTok. I am indifferent to TikTok. Becca says, are you up late or early? Early. Well, actually late. Rupert says, hello again, Don Benitez, how's your day? My day is good, thank you, Rupert. Simon says, you got fucked by the guy who voices Elmo on Epstein Island? No. JK says, do the hillbillies in Deliverance, do you think they're gay or no? I mean, I guess so, because they had homosexual intercourse, or maybe there's an argument that they weren't and that it was just a domination thing. Ashley says, I got stuck with Drake, send help. I can't do anything about your situation, sorry. Wesley says, this guy. Okay. Jazz says, hi, brudda. Hello, Jazz. John Doe says, close to me. Close to me? What? Dahmer says, now, let's you just drop them pants. Okay. Quantum says 4 a.m. Okay. I says, your stream helps me stay awake. It helps you stay awake? Like, you were trying to stay awake anyways? It's not keeping you awake, like, harmfully? Okay. Amanda says, bad boy Bobby. Okay. Snot says, I'm pooping and watching. Okay. Nicole says, that domination excuse? Sorry, when you're sticking your penis in a butt, that's gay. Yeah. I think I agree. Dahmer says, imagine living in the 1340s. I can't. I don't know what that would be like. Like, I don't know what happened specifically in the 1340s. Malachi says, gay. Okay. Te says, some sickos in this chat. I don't think so. Spamano says, so who is gay? What? BLM says, your parents stole jobs from real Americans. Okay. Tis what it is says, he doesn't give two shits. Yeah, kind of like you, I think, because of what your name is. It is what it is. That's your name. Tommy says, favorite space fact? Favorite space fact? I'm not into space. Ghost Samurai says, only Bella is beautiful. Okay. Stomp says, I just woke up again. Welcome back to the stream. Ashley says, fuck space. Okay. Carl says, are your parents apes? No. L-Dog says, what's the Joe? What? Grady says, yo, Don Benitez, ever had a fur burger? What's that? Circle Jerker says, Lego man head. I have a head like a Lego guy. Okay. Smile says, sleep well. Thank you. I says, do you know Genghis Khan's body count? Isn't it like 1,000 plus or something? Like, are you talking about kills or sexually? BLM says, Dawn is the name you give a kid you hate. Okay. Stomp says, I never left. It's playing in the background. You were falling asleep to me? Okay. DJ says, reply. I'm replying right now. Planet says, I want to be in you. I want you not in me. Wesley says, Lego man. That should be his new name. You really think I have a Lego man's head? What are even the, like, qualities of a Lego man's head? Planet says, please, you're so cute. Please what? Apathy says, I love bad bitches, that's my fucking problem. Okay. Dag says, pre-op trans or post-op? Pre-op. Miss Hayes says, bro is living Lego and I'm a fan. What? Planet says, I want to kiss you, sexy pookie wookie. Okay. Shapeshifting says, so proud of the man you have become, Don. Okay. Thrift says, just woke up. I had a dream of you being inside me. It was the best feeling I've ever had. Okay. Bella says, bully me. You want me to bully you? I'm not gonna do that, but I'm sure some people in the chat would want to. Go ahead, guys, bully Bella. But don't say extremely mean things, just she asked for it. JK says Bella wants to get slapped around. Okay. Amanda says, I'm so proud of the man you are becoming, sir. Thank you. Nicole says you get what you asked for. You're talking about Bella? Okay. John Doe says Adder slaps Bella. Okay. Circle Jerker says you complete my Lego set. Okay. Shapeshifting says, Bella, I will save you. Okay. Devil says, can you help me? I'm currently transforming into a Samsung. No, you're not. I think you're just making stuff up. Baza P says, Don, come on my boat to a remote lake where I can have my way with you. No. Noah James says, you look exactly like the default male character in Fallout New Vegas. I do. Maybe I'll look that up later. Anchor says, bro, do you have any problem? If yes, then you can share with us. No. Plasmer says, Don Benitez, how was your day today? Good, thanks, Plasmer. Vicky says, laughing out loud. Okay. Noah says, he's a handsome guy, no insults. Thank you. Brian says, I want to know your nemesis. You want to know who my nemesis is? I don't have one. Puh says, are you a sociopath? No. Dag says, at Bella, I never started. You're talking to Bella? Okay. Amanda says, it's Brian. What? X says, curb your enthusiasm. What about that show? Chandler says, this is America, babe. You gotta think big to be big. Okay. Anonymous says, current book you're reading? None. Eric says, Charlie Kirk's son. Okay. Raymond says, why is bro so chill? I don't know. Vicky says, y'all sad for bullying? I don't mind it. Carl says, do you reek of stagnant walrus urine? No. Shapeshifting says, Bella, you are safe. Thanks for protecting Bella, Shapeshifting. I says, I had a black market surgery and they took my kidneys. Sorry to hear that. Tatic says, why do you hate black people? I don't. I'm not racist. April says, what is the purpose of this? There's no meaningful purpose to this stream. Lee says, you could be a young Snape in a Harry Potter spinoff. Okay. Smile says, don't share your problems to us. We are strangers. That's a decent advice. Gone says, you ever seen The Room? The movie The Room? I've seen clips of it, obviously, but not the movie. Skater says, do you meet fangirls? No. Cax says, why so serious? Because that's what my personality is. Andy says, Iron John. What? Dalton says, why you sneak dissing? Am I sneakily insulting people? I don't think I'm doing that intentionally. Ernest says, stop drinking soda and go to bed. I appreciate the advice. Sam says, this is kind of a vibe. Nice. Racer says, hi. Hello, Racer. Kayla says, why did you start doing these streams? I don't know what gave me the urge to do this, to be honest. Spamano says, do you like black women? Yeah. Anchor says, bro, is this section there are also such? What? Cody says, Adderall? I'm not on Adderall. Chandler says, would you let Sydney Sweeney peg you? No. Troll says, yo, Don, you are a fucking beast. Thank you, Troll. Dahmer says, I saw you in my nightmare last night. Sorry to hear that you had a nightmare, but that's kind of cool to me. I'm in someone's nightmare. Shapeshifting says, newest song you heard? Release date, I mean. Something off Arcade Fire's latest album, probably. Subblue says, you are making me tired. Okay. Drew says, I saw you in my bathroom last night. I wasn't there, so you must have been imagining it. Aiden says, Aiden tells everyone to sub and like. Thanks for the support, but obviously only sub and like if you want to. Ella says, hi, can you please sleep? I feel bad for you. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Danny says, build a community. I think I have one, though small. Dave says, face reveal. Lisa says, why he's so nonchalant. I don't know. Ethan says, please sleep. I will soon. Annan says, he's court-ordered Ambien to help his psychosis. No. McLean says, hello. Hello, McLean. Duke says, have you played Battlefield 6? I haven't. Smile says, if you say it like that, Ella will worry more about you. I don't think so. Spimano says, you have a really nice head of hair. Thank you. Grasshopper says, goat. Fucker. I don't do that. Brian says, who stole all your personal belongings? I have a lot of personal belongings. Actually, my room looks like a hoarder's room, but I just wisely chose the camera angle as to make it look clean. Allie says, thank you for the data farming, Don. Okay. Carl says, do you have a bone saw? No. Jacqueline says, corn or flour tortilla? Corn. Shadow says, yo, Don Benitez, I was almost commenting every stream in your channel. You've been to many of my streams. Cool. Tamara says, you should clean your room. Yeah, maybe. I should. Anchor says, friend, there are people in this group who are your well-wishers, so do not forget them. Yeah, I appreciate my followers. Logan says, hi. Hello, Logan. Wade says, have you ever played Boom Beach? Yeah, like for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, like a decade ago. Danny says, eat a Big Mac on stream? No, I dislike it when people eat on stream, on video. AKB says, read fast, dumbass. You want me to read faster? I could try, but I think it's better to read stuff slower, but you know, you're able to process it. I think it's worth being able to process it. Troll says, hello, Amanda. You're saying hello to Amanda in the chat. Okay. Go Channy says, I hate when people eat while streaming. Yeah, me too. Vi says, do you have insomnia? No. Carl says, do you shit in coffee cups? Nope. Shapeshifting says, you are so cool and trim. Thank you. Yao says, one time I gooned to Clash of Clans Archer Queen. Okay. Shapeshifting says, never make the comments in the stream only read by you if the viewer pays to super chat. It will kill the vibe. Yeah, I think about like how monetization is gonna go for my channel a lot. Like, how is this gonna work? I'm gonna, if someone super chats, I'm just gonna read the message, say thank you, and move on. I'm not gonna like linger. AK says, is your teeth fake? No. Dahmer says, you're reading just fine. Yeah, I think so too. Chandler says, we need TTS. You already have it. Dag says, very cut and dry. Yeah, it is. Amanda says, you're going to grow and be a star. Okay. Baba says, you look depressed for real. Okay. Yao says, when are you going to start testosterone? I have no plans to do that. Shapeshifting says, you would be the coolest Israeli in northern Japan. Okay. Amanda says, then implode. You want me to implode? Why? Go Channy says, I think the delay of 1 to 2 minutes is optimum for Don Benitez. I thought so too, but for whatever reason, I like the 10-second slow mode I have. Levi says, it gladdens me to know that Odin prepares for a feast. Soon I shall be drinking ale from curved horns. Okay. Eric says, are you with MAGA or the corrupt left? No comment. Ali says, Don, create a Throne Wish account. Throne Wish account? Throne like the chair, Wish account? I don't know what that is. Noah says, damn it, Don, I'm saying funny shit and you're not giggling, man. Sorry. Wade says, I think you and I would get along in real life. Maybe. Bella says, hi, how can I help you? Give me money when I'm monetized. Go Channy says, MAGA is based upon hate and suffering for others. Thumbs up emoji. Okay. Tamara says, do you feel depressed? No, not at all. Chandler says, do you go ass to mouth? No comment. Cloud says, I can't tell if you're 25 or 35. I'm not gonna say my age. Eric says, lol. Okay. Satan says, you seem to be on something though. Adderall or weed? I mean, the reason why I can seem kind of hyperactive, one reason is that I'm streaming and I want to read many chat messages. Charlie says, you look stressed out, son. I'm not. Leal says something in Arabic. I don't know what that means. Eric says, autistic. I'm not autistic. Liam says, hey Don, life's been rough lately. Watching your streams always makes me smile. Glad to hear it. Skater Girl says, you are perfect as you are. Thank you. Charlie says, these comments are a bit bashful. Yeah, I don't mind though. Lee says, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Kevin says, has anyone ever told you you look like David Dastamalakian? Yes, I have been told that while live streaming. I haven't searched that guy up though yet. Ali says, a Throne Wish account allows fans to buy you items. That sounds interesting, but I mean, I don't want to like spread out the ways you can support me. I would rather like it be simple as to like how you can support me, that being super chat. Scratch says, I eat my grandma's toes. Okay. Giuliano says, I can't tell if this brother needs help or this is the funniest shit I've seen in a while. Okay. I don't think I'm a lolcow. Ali says, super chat only pays you 35%. Yeah, but I mean, it's so good. Like, if someone super chats, it pops up on everyone's screen. Like, it's just good. Ski says all night is wild. Yeah, I've been streaming all night, and yeah, that fact's kind of crazy. Caleb says Sigma, mysterious, nonchalant. Okay. Club says you have a great face to ejaculate on. Okay. Dead Inside says go to bed, mate. Not yet. Lay says, are you job bled? What? Amanda says we're judging you. Okay. Anchor says, how can we support you? Uh, it's impossible to support me right now because I'm not monetized yet. When it comes to financial things. Thrift says, I love you so much, bro. Please give me back shots. No. Love says, Donnie, what time is it for you? I'm not going to say, but it's nighttime though. Ali says, create a Throne account and they can support you. No, I'm just going to wait for super chats. Unknown says, I'm the demon in your room. I don't believe in demons, so no, you're not. Jacqueline says, you're the only channel I watch now. That's kind of weird. Like, out of all of YouTube, me. Coraline says, hey, how are you doing? Good, thank you. Shapeshifting says, I hate you, Don. Okay. Big C says, it's the ninja guy. Okay. Vi says, don't you have a job to go to tomorrow? Maybe. Shapeshifting says, I love you, Don. I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you. Okay. Go Channy says, Donald told me to make a call earlier to not want to die. I did. Thanks, boss man. Oh, you called one of your friends or family members because you were feeling low because I told you so? Glad that helped. Unknown says, what do you believe in? I'm not religious. Underrated says, can I explain the history of the Grand Theft Auto games? Yeah, but do it sentence by sentence if you want me to read it. Lost says, you stoned? No. Dag says, let's hit the THC vape. I'm good. Noah says, a slob on my knob like a corn cob? No. Shapeshifting says, you are a good soul, Don. Nourish your beauty in the Lord's light. That's okay. Levi says, I like older women. Okay. Vicky says, I smoke. You smoke? You smoke? Okay. Shadow Play says, I'm back. Welcome back, Shadow. Noah says, Don, you want to go back? Do you want to go to the casino and put it all in black? No, don't gamble. Ace says, do you remember me? I'm the dude who said I'll come back tomorrow. I don't remember you because you said that, but I do remember you because of your username. Big C says, I subscribed. You make me laugh, Ninja Man. Glad you're laughing. Shapeshifting says, where is Jamal Daquifa? I don't know. I miss him. J-Rock says, live action? Okay. MP says, I like girls and older man. Okay. Noah says, Don, should we run away together? I could make you happy if you give me the chance. No. Love says, Donnie, give me motivation to study. Uh, I mean, if you want to make studying easier, you should study with your friends. Bella says, say, 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 say. Okay. Jacqueline says, I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night, Jacqueline. You've been here for quite a while. I admire the dedication. Good night. Wade says, do you watch stand-up comedy? No, I don't. Dead Inside says, down a beer for the culture. No. Nature says, do you collect comic books? I don't. Ollie says, would you be interested in doing a live stream collab with my AI? No. Vi says, what's your thoughts on life after death? It's a mystery, unknowable. Leo says, The Office. What about The Office? I says, don't worry, Don, I'll continue the stream while you sleep. No, I don't want a substitute. Noah says, seriously though, Don, genuine question. What is the goal you have for the channel here? I mean, I think it'd be cool if this was like a part-time job. Offline says, you reading chat, laughing emoji. Yeah. David says, risk it for the biscuit, show your butthole loud and proud. What? Nathan says, 420 friendly. Sure. Underrated says, the GTA game started in 1997. So GTA 1 released in 1997. Okay. You Mad says, yo bro, you got the same shirt, brother. I've seen you multiple times. Yeah, I wear this style of polo shirt very often. Soul says, always angry guy. That's how you know me? You know me as the always angry guy? Okay. Skater Girl says, can I send you spicy pics somewhere? No. Noah says, what do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking? I do mind you asking. Ace says, okay. Magic says, has anyone ever told you that you have a cool ancient Roman or Greek vibe about you? The only person that's told that to me is myself. Nathan says, I wouldn't say angry, I'd say tired, based. I don't know why you threw in based in there. Lee says, bro, can't read my full name. No, I can't. Thrift says, do you remember me, Don? Yes, I do. Don't ask that. It makes you seem less cool in my eyes. Chandler says, you look like angry European Mr. Bean. Okay. Nature Boy says, do you like fishing? No. Lay says, I am your father. No, you're not. Shapeshifting says, the sky is red where I am. The sky is red where you're at. I don't believe you. Hallowed says, yo, what's up, dog? Hello, Hallowed. Lay says, I am upon you. Look up. I'm not gonna look up. You are not upon me. Unknown says, do you believe afterlife? No, like I said, I don't believe that humans can know what death is. It's unknowable. Lay says, I am upon you. Look up. No, you're not. Shapeshifting says, why do you have a mouth? Because I'm human. Nature says, what's better, cake or pie? Pie. I says, please, Don, I'm a virgin. Please, what? If you're asking me to have intercourse with you, no. Wade says, do you play chess? Not regularly. Amanda says, weirdo? Okay. Casey says, is it night there? Yes. Underrated YouTuber says, Rockstar Games originally made racing games. Racing games? Did they make racing games like for the arcade? Like a big arcade machine? Did they do that? Dead Inside, it says, how long have you been up for? How long have I been streaming for? I don't know. I think it's been like 3 or 4 hours. AB says, greeting. Hello, Abe. Ken says, some idiot reading people's comments. You're calling me an idiot? Okay. Underrated says, yeah, arcade-ish games. Arcade-ish games. But like, was it an arcade machine, like a big machine, or was it... Yeah. Ahmed says, that's the longest stream of yours so far. You're talking about this stream? Yeah, I think it is the longest. David says, yo, Don B, hold still, I'm almost finished. Well, I wasn't gonna leave the stream, so you're in luck. Underrated says, like Nintendo from the 90s. So not a big, like machine, just like Nintendo. Okay. Smile says, do you do this every day? Yes. Gone says, are you now addicted to streaming? I think so. Thrift says, is there any way I can hang out for one day and enjoy the stars? You want to hang out with me for one day and enjoy the stars? You're gonna have to be a fan for much longer. Dave says, do a chair reveal. I'm not gonna move if that's what you're asking. I'll let you know though, it's a secret lab chair. True Nation says, go to bed soon. Amanda says, what is a spammer? Someone that sends the same message over and over again repeatedly. Dustin says, you make me giggle. Thank you. You're welcome. Ken says, definition of brain dead. Not definition, but you can say that like I'm not using much of my brain because like a lot of what I'm doing is simply just reading. I'm not like making too much of my own stuff, so. Shapeshifting says, I like your bed in the background. Can it fit 2 people? I guess, but you're not invited. Big C says, tacos, tacos, tacos. Okay. Riley says, do you believe in Jesus? No. Skater Girl says, I let you put it in the back. Okay. Underrated says, GTA 1 got backlash for violence, but they used it to promote the game and it worked. They used controversy to promote the game. Interesting. Chandler says, do you like Dixie erect? Okay. Sam says, hello from Melbourne, Australia. Hello, Sam. Lay says, definition of Yaz hole. What? Amanda says, thank you for the spammer answer. You weren't sure what a spammer was? Okay. Sid says, hello from India. Hello, Sid. Shapeshifting says, my first sexual activity was with a football. Weird. Big Plena says, are you gonna get moderation yet? I don't need it yet. Nothing's been said that's like, wow, I gotta ban that guy. Sometimes there's stuff like I read it and I don't read it out loud because I think it's just too awful to read out loud, but I haven't needed to ban people. I Build Robots says, what up, Don? Hello, I Build Robots. Nice to see you. Unknown says, I love pumpkins. Hello, Unknown. Dag says, I smell sulfur. Okay. Carl says, I argued with a walrus. Okay. Shapeshifting says, opinion on me, Don. I mean, I appreciate you because you're in the stream often, and your chat messages are not cliche. They're original. I like that. Noah says, I'm an adult, I can say this. Okay. Thrift says, can you stand up and stretch your legs, Don? I don't want you to get clots. I care about you. I do go on walks when I'm off stream. Siren says hi. Hello, Siren. J-Bro says, suck my dick. No. Chronicle says, why don't you believe in Jesus? Why should I? Adwin says, bro, this guy could really be a villain in a movie. Okay. Civil says, laughing out loud, the deadpans. You like my poker face? Okay. Invisible says, Jose Silverstream just mentioned you. That means you have made it, Foo? Jose Silverstream, who's that? Is that a YouTuber? Gary says hi. Hello, Gary. Shapeshifting says, Dawn, get on X-Ray on live so I can love you inside out. I'm good. John says, I saw you on Grindr. I'm not on Grindr. Thrift says, I think you and I matched on Grindr. Would you want to meet up tomorrow at Starbucks? I'm not on Grindr. Spamano says, least brain rot stream on YouTube. Okay. Underrated says, GTA 2 and GTA London were released in 1999. Okay. Unknown says, I saw you on Tinder talking to my grandma. I didn't do that. Invisible says, Jose Silverstream is a fanboy of yours. Does he live stream? Like, does he create videos? What does he do? Casey says, do me a favor and please turn on the light. Sorry, but maybe in future streams I'll change the lighting. Sweet says, have you ever laughed at a comedian? Yes. Vicky says, has anyone watched Invincible? Has anyone in the chat or I watched the show Invincible? I mean, I haven't. Spider-Man says, and you are still live streaming. What the fuck? I am. Planet says, answer me. Marry me for cocaine. No. Invisible says, Jose Silverstream is a real one. He's a hobo. He's a homeless person who live streams? Is that what you're saying? Hayden says, John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son, that whoever believes in him will have eternal life. Thank you, but I don't believe in Jesus. Lay says, say that blah blah blah. What? Wade says, good night, bro. Good night, Wade. Carl says, your stomach will roast in hell. My stomach will roast in hell. Okay. Anakin says, notice me, senpai. Notice me. There you go. Civil says, wow. Very cool, Christians. Okay. Micro says, haha, stupid idiot. Are you, if you don't believe in Jesus, you are blind? Is it Christian of you to call me a stupid idiot? Chronicle says, yo, what religion are you then? I'm not religious. Noah says, would you mind changing into leggings for me and doing a quick 360? Yes, I would mind. Richard says, you should refer to yourself as Don Juan from now on. No. Shapeshifting says, hey Don, it is your roommate. Please pay your bill for the month. You're not my roommate. Siddharth says, I think you're possessed. You think I'm possessed? I mean, maybe I am, like, not by the supernatural, but by live streaming. Thrift says, I'm sorry, it wasn't Grindr. It was on Farmers Only. No, we didn't match. We didn't. Skater Girl says, Dawn, your name is so moanable. Okay. George says, do you know the Green Giant? No. Underrated says, GTA 3 was released in 2001 and it was the first 3D GTA game. Okay. Lost in a Room says, Dawn is Muslim. No, I'm not. CEO says, there's someone behind you. Nope. Invisible says, up the UK player. What? Aaron says, do you have an electric scooter? No. Benson says, hello, dude. Don't fire me. Give says, are you without arms? I have arms. Rockstar's Crib says, hey man. Hello, Rockstar's Crib. Preosi says, me. Sees you live. My brain. Time to ask something totally unnecessary. Yeah, lots of people do that. Benson says, get back to work or you're fired. Huh. Spider-Man says, go to bed, this is not healthy. Thank you for your advice. Shapeshifting says, Dawn, turn on the AC. It is hot in your walls. You're not in my walls. Riley says, do you own a gun? No. Johnny says, stop farting. I haven't this whole stream. Rockstar's Crib says, I appreciate you, man. Fist bump emoji. Okay. Patrick says, are you all right? Yes. Lorraine says, are you a medium or psychic? I don't believe in that. Fat says, what are you streaming about? This. Just me reading your chat messages. Lay says, are you a gooner? No. Big Plena says, hey Don, it's me, your landlord. You need to pay up rent. I already took your roommate's virgin hole today, so that won't work. I don't know you, just as I don't know shapeshifting. Thoth says, lol. Okay. Corey says, blink twice and yawn if you're safe. Listen, I'm safe, okay? Sixmer says, I'll be your wingman anytime. Salute emoji. Thank you. Richard says, were you homeschooled? Maybe. Nature says, do you believe in Santa Claus? I never believe in Santa Claus. I never have. Amanda says, can you smile? I will, just wait. Thrift says, Dawn, would you be opposed to marrying me? Yes. Riley says, are you a femboy? No. Patrick says, son, quite frankly, you scare me. Okay. Sid says, what is your favorite food? The Big Mac. Shapeshifting says, GTA stands for Global Transgender Academy. GTA. Global Transgender Academy. Okay. DM says, is it gay to kiss the homies goodnight? I don't know, but I don't do it. Allie says, Dawn, be careful. Live streaming can be addictive. I think I've already fallen. Benson says, let me know if you see those slackers, Mordecai and Rigby. Got it. Invisible says, gay as fuck. I am always moi. Okay. YSM says, say 6'7". Well, I guess I did there. I Build Robots says, we haven't been here that long. I'm not sure what you mean. Nature Boy says, are you good in math? No. Mister says, did your neighbor grow the last few years? What? Smile says, there are times you are so funny while answering us. Maybe you can be a comedian and use our comments as a topic. Comedy doesn't interest me. Invisible says, I'm a lefty, gun plays. What? Civil says, we are all Mexican at heart. Okay. Thrift says, Dawn, would you like to have a circumcision party together? No. Rich says, I finally came. Okay. Dustin says, what's your favorite hobby? Video editing. Big Plenus says, Dawn, what's your opinion on Bussy? Well, I'll say that it doesn't interest me. Shapeshifting says, good night, Dawn, be well, and stream on. Good night, Shapeshifting. Thanks for your bizarre comments. Kyvik says, you're like the definition of a person from GTA that jumps off a bridge. Okay. I Build Robots says, we are not from this planet. I'm from Earth. Jar of Red says, what up, Dawn? Hello, Jar. Civil says, do you do streaming full time? Not yet. Carl says, you will be turned into a lump of jelly. No, I will not. Vi says, why are you depriving yourself of sleep? I'm fine, don't worry. Katrina says, who the fuck asks someone why they look so weird? Someone that wants to bring someone down. Lay says, say Lund. There you go. Allie says, 6'7" on the periodic table is HO. Okay. Nature says, when was your last vacation? It's been years. I'm not a fan of vacations. Richard says, must be nice not to have to shave. No, I shave every day. Nunya says, are you autistic? No. Smile says, thrifting things right. We hope you grow and prosper, Dawn. Thrifting Things says, he hopes I prosper, and you're agreeing with him? Okay. Invisible says, I can suck the chalk off a pool ball. Okay. Randall says, I was here 3 hours ago. Welcome back, Randall. CEO says, we are evolving. Okay. Spamano says, do you want to smoke some bud sometime? I'm good, no thanks. Yao says, would you tattoo your piss hole? I would not tattoo my urethra. Invisible says, Mo Dean or neon? What's Mo? Invisible says neon or Aiden. The streamers. I mean, neither, but if I had to choose, I guess neon. Mr. Howell says, is your nationality Guatemalan? No. Invisible says, I'm the third island boy. I don't know what that means. Kunal says, how often do you brush? On average, twice a day. Yao says, Neon's actually the first Indian transgender. I don't think he's transgender. Nature says, can you cook? Yes. No Name says, hey Don, can you buy me a John Lennon body pillow? A John Lennon body pillow. I've never heard of that. I've only heard of body pillows of anime girls, not John Lennon. Underrated says, who knows about GTA San Andreas? I do. I haven't played it though. Thrift says, good night, Don. I love you and hope that your channel continues to grow and prosper. Thank you, Thrift. Good night. Invisible says Amish or the mall. I mean, the mall, but the Amish make some cool stuff, but the mall. Climbs says, do you have a job? Maybe. Nature says, did you ever watch Ghost in the Shell? I haven't. Chronicles says, I hope it's not personal to ask, but do you have a healthy relationship with your parents? Yeah. Kunal says, what do you watch? Sal C1 on YouTube. Asmongold. Big Plenus says, is the trunk as thick as that hair? No comment. Yao says, have you ever browsed on ZooTube by any chance? No. I don't know what that is, but that sounds like it might be gross. Invisible says, Five Guys or Mackey's? Five Guys. Tim says, this guy doesn't know 1 + 1. 2. Chronicles says, I can tell you're lying. About what? Invisible says, cigs or vapes? Neither. Ali says, Don, I think it's time to end the stream for quality of content. For quality of content, are you saying like I seem burned out now and now I'm like being a bad streamer? I think things are fine currently. Yeah. Invisible says Theo Von or Drewski. Theo Von. Underrated says, in 2005, GTA Liberty City stories were released. Okay. Mr. Howell says, how long have you been awake? I'm gonna keep that private. Civil says, fuck yeah. You said fuck yeah because I said Theo Von? Okay. Reflect says, are you tired? Somewhat, but not too tired. Big Plenus says, ooh, I knew, you naughty boy. Okay. Shenia says, why so private? Because I heard that giving out personal details on the internet can be bad. Mr. Howell says, are you happy with your reflection? Am I happy with the way I look? I mean, I accept it. Mr. Nice says, hello after like a month. Hello, Mr. Nice. Temple says, what's your biggest secret? Psst, no comment. Skater Girl says, can you yawn openly? No, I mean, I don't like it when people yawn, like when I see people yawn, so I try to treat others like how I want to be treated, so I cover my yawn. Mr. XD says, are you going to oil up? Nope. Nature says, do you have a water bottle near you? Get a drink? I should do that. Thank you. I won't drink water though, but I will drink liquid soon. Dan says, my mate Lewis thinks you look like a murderer. Okay. Kunal says, how much do you sleep every day? 8 hours. Nunya says, Diddy party for 5K. I wouldn't go to a Diddy party for any amount of money, considering I heard sexual assault happens there. Spumano says, my wife left me. Sorry to hear that. Jar says, ass or tits, brother? I don't have a preference. Kunal says, Coke can give you kidney stones. Maybe, but it tastes good. I says, when are you going to slip up and tell me where you live? Who cares where I live? CEO says, are you asexual? No. Smile says, you don't like water? I mean, I do, but other stuff just tastes better. Nunya says, it wasn't sexual assault, it was exporting, it was pimping. Okay. Sign says, which country, dude? A country in North America. Law says, would you die for Israel? No comment. Big Penis says, you want some more liquids, Don? Well, I don't want your liquids. Hugzock says, UF? What does that mean? Chart says, it's called a dictionary, use it. Oh, wait, you kids can't read? I don't know what the context of your comment is. Law says only a Jew would say no comment. Okay. Sid says, you like football? No. Coraline says, throw up? You want me to throw up on stream? No, that would be gross. Snowtooth says, Coke or Coke Zero? Coke. Tommy says, I used to be a man trapped in a woman's body. Then my mom gave birth to me. Okay. I says, what's your most impressive word in your vocab? Quintessential. Underrated says 2006 was when GTA Vice City Stories was released. Okay. Invisible says stick or twist. What does that mean? Invisible says rainbet. Kathy says fish face. I have a fish face. Okay. Kunal says, do you like soap? Soup? Do I like soup? I don't. DM says, so you believe in love after love? What does that mean? I says phase adapt moment. Yeah, I think it's because of that clip that I said quintessential. Vera says, who's behind you? There's no one there. Kunal says, what annoys you? Yawning. Passing gas. Invisible says, I show speed or goblin. Goblin? Who's goblin? Venom says, Dave Franco, is that you? No. Civil says, Theo Vaughn or Shane Gillis. Uh, Gillis. Chart says, do you believe in love after love? What does that mean? Maxim says, bro, I just had a whole night's sleep and you're still doing this? Yeah. Spamano says, can you hit the I show speed emo, please? Is this it? Or are you talking about, like, Ronaldo's Sui? Poza says, hi, from Poland. Hello, Poza. Kunal says, do you have close friends? Yeah. Daniel says, nice water. Thank you. But you're supposed to say, like, W Speed or W Don. Jamie says, do you believe in love after love? Are lyrics from an Ache song? Oh, that guy was saying lyrics? Okay. Spamano says, I need this. My mom is kind of homeless. Kunal says, how long have you been streaming? This stream, it might be 4 hours. Matthew says, picture drinking a warm bowl of jizz. No, that's a gross picture. Dustin says, I'm gonna go Hulk smash my face against a concrete wall now. Good day to you, sir. Bye, Dustin. By the way, don't do that. That would hurt. Danielle says, W Don. There you go. True says, you would have made a good Twilight vampire. Thank you. CEO says, if you could go back in time, where would you go? I mean, I will say that Civil War times is probably like American Civil War, this is probably like my favorite period of history. Racial slur was wink or water. What? Lav says, are you atheist or agnostic? I mean, what I say is that the big questions to life are unknowable. Like, life is a mystery. I'm not sure if that makes me agnostic. Ryan says, passing gas, who says that? It's a fart, Junior. I just prefer the term passing gas instead. Underrated says, in 2008, GTA 4 was released. Okay. TB says toot. Okay. Climb says freedom or slavery. Freedom. Chronicle says, bro, I think your dad watches your stream. He said something here. You believe that? Invisible says prison or jail. Jail. Vicky says, yeah, I think agnostic. You think from what I said, I'm agnostic? Okay. Lav says, why do you think it's unknowable? I don't know. That's just what I think. Carl says, why do you hate apes? I don't hate apes. Mine says, do you take antidepressants? No comment. Randy says, have you read To Kill a Mockingbird? I haven't read that book. Vera says, could you say okay again? Okay. Kuda says, would you rather have $1 or $2? $2. Kunal says, do you read books? Not really, no. I should though. Big Plenus says, have you ever experimented with a watermelon? No. All I do with watermelons is eat. Loss says Don is a Jew, everyone. Maybe. Invisible says booty or ass. That's the same thing. Lav says, maybe it's not interesting for you, but what evidence do you have for your claim? I mean, it's more like the evidence of other claims I don't agree with. I feel like the burden of like evidence is on people that are religious. Bearded says AI or simulation. What? Racial slur says something in the language I don't understand. Randy says you should read To Kill a Mockingbird. Yeah, maybe I will. I heard it was good. Invisible says Tesla or Amazon. What stocks you backing? Amazon. Not That Way says still here, no job, have an ass. Okay. Coraline says, do you like Gorillaz? I mean, I don't listen to his music voluntarily, but I enjoy all music. Big Plena says, what's your favorite color and why does it make you aroused? The color gray doesn't make me aroused. Thought says, don't mod me or I will block all the gays. I'm not gonna mod you. Allie says, To Kill a Mockingbird is the favorite book of serial killers. It is? Huh. Says, what are you randomly doing in my feed? I mean, with social media feeds, you get random stuff, so it makes sense. Lav says, what I'm saying is, we can't know God. That's a religious claim. I'm curious where you get that from. It's a religious claim. I guess technically, in a way, it is. I mean, again, like, what's the proof for like, the Bible to be real? Like, there doesn't seem to be proof to me. Union says, what is the first thing you think of when you wake up? I think about YouTube monetization. Crow says, hi, how are you today? I'm good, Crow, thank you. Loss says, your people killed Jews? What? TB says, you being born, or is that magic? I don't get it. Flip says, do you know how holy water is made? You boil the hell out of it. Funny. Baba says, Dawn, you're like Jeff from Clarence. Is that the guy that's like Sheen from Jimmy Neutron? Invisible says, are you into the ham radio scene? No, I don't use radios. I forget how wavelengths work. Jar says, ha ha ha, comments are crazy, dude. Funny as fuck. Glad you're enjoying it. Lav says, there is proof. It is a difficult topic, not gonna lie, but there's thousands of years of evidence for God. I mean, I feel like the evidence of God should be obvious, you know? Like, I don't think it should be like a court case, like evidence to determine like if God is real. I feel like it should just be as obvious as the sun. King says, if Elmo showed up at your door and asked to go deep in your anus or die, what do you do? I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. Boot says Adderall. No, I'm just speaking fast so I can read as many chat messages as possible. TB says, you were born and are streaming live. That is evidence of something. Yeah, I guess so, but not evidence of like this religious text is real. MS says, you're good at equivocating. You should become a politician. Okay. Booker says, you good? Yes. Kunal says, are you doing okay in life? I am, thank you, Kunal. Spamano says, the Shroud of Turin is evidence of Jesus. I mean, like I said, I don't think it should be like a evidence, like court case. It should just, it seems like it should be obvious. Gon says, you and us chat, we're symbiotic. You're addicted to streaming and we're addicted to watching. Okay. Julian says, do you wax your nutsack? No. Kunal says, have you ever felt like you're not doing okay at all? At all? I mean, I've never been completely like, this is over. Spamano says, it's undeniable proof, to be honest. Even the markings of where his body were pierced. I want the Holy Spirit to, like, you know, enter me and tell me that God is real. I don't want, like, here's an evidence 2, okay, this is false, true. Like, I don't think it should be a court case. CEO says, on the other hand, I'm addicted to water. Okay. Aaron says YouTube. Okay. King says, have you ever tickled your anus? No. Led says, should we have a debate in the chat which God is more probable? If you want. Dale says, have you ever thought about the Egyptians? Yeah. Open says, what do you think about mirror cells and science developing it? I don't know what that is. Cake says, what's your favorite food? The Big Mac. Booker says, do you believe in God? No. Invisible says, Malcolm in the middle. Okay. Lost says, well, there was a man by the name of Jesus, obviously, but as far as that Jesus is concerned, obviously, I don't think it's real. You don't think Jesus was divine? Okay. Aaron says, do you think I could make friends if I make a live? Can you make friends as a streamer? I mean, yeah. It makes making friends easy, I think. Lav says, the Holy Spirit is guiding us to you, not just you to us. Okay. M says, okay. Okay. Gersh says, hey, would ya blow me? I don't want to do that to you. Law says, no, I don't think there was a divine Jesus. Okay. Talkin says, WTF is with all these religious lunatics. I mean, I don't think they're lunatics. Shane says, what kind of content is this? Parasocial content. Jesse says, please read my texts. There you go. Kay says, OMG, you have been here all night? Practically. Spunky says, you rock, bro. Thank you, Spunky. Dawn says, this is just something to watch for a wake and bake. Okay. Invisible says, I'm still hard for you. You have an erection because of me. Okay. Adrian says, this is the best LGBT channel. This is an LGBT channel? I mean, I never thought of it as that way, but okay. Trash says, cool, dude. Thank you. J-Man says, cat, dog, or Rugrats? Rugrats. Lav says, do you believe at least in a historical Jesus? Yeah. Gon says, this stream is sponsored by McDonald's. It's not. Dirty says, do you believe in any gods? I don't. Daniel says, have you heard of the contingency argument? I have not heard of the contingency argument. I'm gonna end the stream now. This has been the longest stream I've ever done, so that's cool. Bye.